Hello, hello, my darlings. Hello, my darlings. How is everyone? I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a wonderfully. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think it sucks. It probably sucks ass if you're in London. I am your host, Banksy Style, and I come from an undisclosed location in somewhere in our immediate universe due to the fact that I can't be in London because I don't want to have a shitty Christmas. So I have left not only London but the planet because I believe Earth sucks ass at the moment. So so yeah, I come from I'm currently broadcasting from an undisclosed location somewhere in the galaxy. I am in within our own galaxy though. I kept it fairly local. I didn't want to go too far out just in case of an emergency. You always want to remain at hand. But nevertheless, I can't be on Earth. I'm sorry. I can no longer be on Earth. But we do have our roaming reporter from Earth, and I believe I can hear a report coming in. Yes, Mr. Banksy. Hello, Banksy in the studio somewhere in the galaxy. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. How is things on Earth? It sucks shit. I'm basically giving up. It's a giant dumpster fire. That's right. Earth sucks ass. And in particular, London. London eats ass. It's not only sucks ass, but it is currently eating ass as we speak. So, yeah, I'm no longer here. I don't want to be here. Can I come where you are now? I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter. You can't. You're going to have to stay in that sucky ass 2020 piece of shit that is London at the moment. And what am I referring to? Yes, I'm referring to this bullshit. That's what I'm referring to. So yeah, go kiss my ass. Go kiss my ass, Boris. Kiss my fat Iranian ass, 'cause you have gone and fucked up Christmas. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You've gone and just took a giant shit on Christmas, haven't you? Thank you for that, Boris. Thank you for all the faith and trust we put in you, thinking we only have to deal with your dumbass for Brexit. And funnily enough, look at the government's website. It actually says Brexit transition 12 days. 12 days to Brexit transition. Whee! Isn't that just fucking awesome? Yay! 12 fucking days to Brexit. But who gives a shit? Because Christmas is going to suck shit. Suck shit through a straw. That's what Christmas is going to do. So, yeah. So that's what's happening in London. If you're not in London, you lucky bastards, just like me, who have now slowly drifting towards the Andromeda galaxy. I wish I was. I think I know now why Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. I know why he is building these rockets to go to Mars, because he clearly can see that Earth is going to suck shit very soon. It's going to become a fucking god awful place to live. Big up, educated guest. Big up, Mark Coyle. Big up, Ultra Funky, who I saw at the beginning, first in the chat. Thirst. He wrote thirst because I also misspelled Tia, by the way. I apologize for those of you who probably noticed and went, well, fuck it, it's that dyslexic ass Banksy again. So big up Robert White. Scarlet Fox, love you. What else? Well, The Truth Hurts. More Ultra, more Scarlet. Taffy, big up Taffy. And everyone else. Now, guys and girls, I do have a StreamYard link in the underpants section. You may or may not find it. I'm not sure anymore because I had to redo the title, so I actually redid the whole thing. So is it there? I see it there. I can see it. If I can see it, you should be able to see it. But it's not really a panel thing today. So if I don't get anyone on the panel, I'm not exactly gonna cry over it, because to be perfectly honest with you, I just want to rant. I'm pissed. Christmas is ruined. It's fucking ruined. Boris, you sack of fucking useless protoplasmic spineless jellyfish, as he would put it himself. I can't believe this shit. I just can't believe you gone and fucked us. You just gone and just straight up just took us. You just, I mean, literally, he announced Tier 4. They created Tier 4, by the way. That one didn't even exist. They made this shit one up. What can you do and cannot do in areas with a very rapidly rising level of infections where tighter restrictions are in place from the 20th of December? Literally today, and they announced this bullshit yesterday. So from today onwards, how may the Metropolitan Police fuck you in the ass is effectively what this headline is saying. This government website is currently just saying, how can the Metropolitan Police shaft you in the rectum? Let us see how the Metropolitan Police can literally become the Nazis and ask for your papers. They have literally sent out Metropolitan Transport Police to ask people in train stations what are they doing, where are they going, and how important is it to go. So they have to have legitimate, valid reasons for going to a train station now. You remember, you guys remember the scenes from, I don't know, The Great Escape, or just generally any Second World War films, when the Nazis would walk up to you and say, papers, show us your papers, papers please. I can't do a German Nazi accent. But yeah, they would come up to people, ask them for their papers. Yeah, that's what they're going to be asking you soon. They're going to ask you for your papers. This is the fucked up thing. People don't realize tyranny is only but an excuse away. But a simple excuse away. Now, don't get me wrong. Look, I'm gonna level with you guys, and I haven't spoken to you guys for a while. If you've been following me on other streams, so you've probably had a chat with me in other places, because I tend to go on other people's streams because I'm too much of a lazy asshole to effectively do my own stream. So I'm sorry if I've neglected you. If you only ever see me on this stream, what the fuck are you doing? There are other streams, Velivision, Jedi. Mostly the Velivision is where I go. And if not, then join me in my Discord server. I don't know if I've got my Discord server linked in this particular video, but other videos definitely have me linked with my Discord server. Yeah, my Discord server is here. Link me up in my Discord server, and I will take you into the other Discord servers that, usually like Reverend Simon Sideways, and other places, and we can continue our chit chat outside of the realms of the YouTubes. So if you wish to communicate with me outside of YouTubes, then check the Discord server, hook it up in there. I will tell you, MC is a monster when it comes to Discord. He has posted the greatest memes of all times on that Discord server. He runs that Discord effectively, as far as I'm concerned. He fucking owns that fucking gallery because he produces tremendously awesome memes, some which I have, WhatsApp to my friends and family. So if you want to check out MCADHD666 Volume 2's beautifully revamped memes and posts, then go to my Discord server and check out the Banksy Gallery, because that's where he puts it. And I thank him for it, because he's awesome. So anyway, what did I want to say? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm pissed. I'm pissed at the fact that they just took a giant stick, no Vaseline, no lube, no, anything. Hell, you could have at least slipped me a laxative or something, maybe a Quaalude, just to loosen me up a little bit, Boris, before you rammed that COVID stick right up the shaft. But no, you did not. Goofy, you don't know who MC is? MC is actually is in the text. MCADHD666. Just go to my Discord server. You'll see his awesome posts. Anyway, I digress. But as far as as far as this situation is concerned, I don't know if you guys made plans with your family members, your mom, your grandma, maybe the kids were looking forward to seeing grandma and grandpa this weekend. This weekend coming, and it's a long weekend as well. This is the thing. It's one of those Christmases where the Christmas day has fallen on a Friday night. So you've got yourself Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then a bank holiday Monday. So you got 4 awesome days not to see your family and be on fucking more Zoom and Netflix. These internet companies are killing it. They are smashing it. If they didn't have COVID, they would have to invent it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If they didn't have COVID, Amazon would invent it because they are making a killing. They're just sweeping the fucking board with that shit right now. My plans have all been cancelled. Well, Goofy, my plans have not. I'll be honest, my plans have not. And before I get into that, here's some wise words from Miss Katie Hopkins. I will share with the. Let's see. Let me make sure the volume levels are good. I think so. I'm gonna go with it.
I thought we were done with hashtag Shitty Monday, but it turned out Boris had one better up his sleeve with hashtag Sod Off Saturday, where essentially the potato in a wig cancelled Christmas. Looking at all the conversations going on online and in person, I think there's a few things that are being missed that I thought it was important to point out. Number one, of course, is that politicians don't really know stuff. They're just people who managed to climb the greasy pole faster than someone else, had more money than someone else, managed to grab onto power and keep it. Boris Johnson, as we've agreed, is just a potato in a wig. And to make the point, I made you one. This is Boris Johnson. He doesn't know any better. He's making stuff up. It's the reason he told us we could have a merry little Christmas a couple of days ago when you all went out and ordered your food shopping and spent your money. And now he's decided to cancel Christmas. Yes, I do look a bit like this. I've realised that. I would argue that tradesmen, plasterers, plumbers, people that can fix stuff, they know more than politicians. We should trust plumbers and plasterers more than we trust a potato in a wig. Second up, I've seen really unkind things being said on social media, people calling others COVID idiots for trying to escape the tyranny of London. You're not a COVID idiot. You're probably trying to see your elderly relatives, some family and friends. You probably had a fairly crap 2020 and just wanted a couple of days of feeling a bit better about yourself and making other people feel better too. That doesn't make you an idiot. That makes you a decent human being. Decent Brits are trying to have a happy Christmas despite the potato trying to cancel Christmas for all of us. And finally, of course, I hear a lot of people asking, can I do this? Is it okay if can I do, I think the time for asking permission is over. Don't ask, can I? Is it okay if? Ask, how can I make this happen? How can I make what I want to happen? How can I get around this to still do that? So I think three things that are important. Number one, politicians don't know any better than the rest of us. Boris Johnson is just a potato in a wig. Number two, you're not a COVID idiot for trying to see your family or friends. You're probably just a decent human being who needs lifting up. And finally, of course, don't ask for permission, take it. The time for asking permission is over. The time for waiting for an answer is through. It's time for decent Brits to go find a way to have a very happy Christmas.
Okay, there you go. There's some words said by Katie Hopkins. I'll be honest. I mean, I know it's okay. I'm gonna level with you guys. I myself have recently learned that I now have family members that have passed away. In fact, two of my great aunties have passed away from COVID. Two of them in 1 month. The situation is a bit more complicated, but simply put, one of them contracted COVID in Iran, not in Britain. And she was in hospital and she passed away because of the COVID. Then and a younger one of her sister, a younger sister, went to Iran for the funeral and certain other arrangements, and then she contracted it in Iran. Now she was younger and able to cope, so she actually recovered from the COVID, but because of the medication that they gave her in Iran, and they gave her something, an overdose or some, too much of a particular medication, it caused her her kidneys to fail, and so she died of actually that. And it was too late by the time they realized, and they tried to put her on dialysis. Anyway, I don't want to get into it. I've had family members that have actually now passed away. This is now this shitty year. I thought I'm going to get away with this year from having direct family members, people who are connected to me, pass, die of COVID. Unfortunately, this year would not let go of that, and so I'm not here to tell you the COVID isn't real. I'm not here to tell you that it's all a hoax and it's fucking G5 towers. None of that crap. I'm 100% in agreement that this is a real virus, but this is a virus that 99% of people recover from. At the same time as I tell you that, two of my great aunties passed away because of COVID, I can also tell you a distant relative, his mum, who is 95 years old, got COVID and recovered from COVID. A 95-year-old woman contracted COVID. Again, this is in Iran, because Iran is chaotic right now. It's crazy. Everybody's got COVID. Like 80% of people have got COVID now at this point. It's crazy. It's just rampant over there because there is no lockdowns. There are no real proper medical care. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. So what I will say is that, yes, in Iran, a 95-year-old woman actually caught COVID in my family. They're related to me, and she's now recovered. So it's not a simple case of everybody who's over a certain age is going to die, and everybody who's under a certain age is going to recover. In this country, and at the moment in the statistics, yeah, about 99% of people will recover, but you don't know. It's a roulette table. It's a roulette table, and you never know when your number's up, because you could be 20 years old and die, and you could be 60 years old and survive, and you could be 95 years old and survive. So it's a tough call. I don't know the answers. That's the problem. There are no answers. But what I will say is that this shitty situation with London and the Christmas thing, this is bullshit. This is straight up bullshit. I don't see this as this government giving a shit about the people. I see this as a power play. I think that the number 10 is effectively telling the Londoners and those who specially go out every Saturday to protest this bullshit lockdowns and this and that. I'm telling you, this is a power move. They're saying, look, we can ruin your Christmas. You don't shut the fuck up. You don't buckle down. We will ruin your fucking life. Get them checked out. Shot 18. I'm sorry, Goofy. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But either way, it is madness. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It is a bit of a crazy situation that we're in, and we need to just I know it is what it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. The older one that died of COVID was in her 70s. She was very fragile, and she was already had underlying issues. Same with the younger one, already had underlying health issues. Although she was 65, 66, something like that. She wasn't terribly old, but nevertheless, it is a hit and miss situation. Okay, Ned is saying not true. Granny, Italy, Italy, Ireland. Oh, Germany. Sorry, Germany, Italy, Ireland. All in all, the same boat. Well, yeah, and there are people who are complaining in those countries too. If you check out Germany and Berlin, there are people screaming and shouting. In France, people are throwing Molotov cocktails at the police. Although some of that is in regards to the fact that it's this new law that the French government is trying to bring in to not be able to record the police, which I would say is straight up bullshit. But yeah, the British the French police the French government is trying to make it illegal for you to record the police. I'm not sure how they're going to get away with that crap, but they certainly are going to give it a shot. Um, so yeah, so there's that. But either way, my biggest issue is I think people are losing their shit. I mean, I'm be honest with you. Today I was getting stir crazy, and I did go out, but shopping, just a little bit of shopping and stuff. But I was just restless all day. I couldn't. I felt. I don't know. I felt claustrophobic for the first time in a long time, and I'm usually a fucking shut-in. I'm usually one of the ones who isn't exactly looking for. I mean, the first 3-4 months of COVID, I didn't even notice there was COVID. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm talking about when I say I'm a fucking shut-in. The first 3 months of COVID, I wasn't sure there was anything different in the world because I honestly don't. Uh, I can live in the world of computers very easily. Sorry, guys, I gotta just test something quickly, so just bear with me. I'm just gonna run a little. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Okay, I think that was working. I had headset dilemmas. I had to switch some headset over. So yeah, so for me, this COVID thing wasn't a big deal to start with, but it has now become a big deal. I am now annoyed. I am becoming annoyed of the situation, and I think other people are. I don't know. I can't honestly legally I can't tell you what not to do because the government has laid out its thing. If you're in a tier 4, you're supposed to follow these like sheeps. But then on the other hand, you're a human being. You're supposed to be a free human being living in a free country. Um, and is this literally against your human rights? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if this is if if we should we abide by the COVID rules. If the government gives you rules that are unreasonable, should we actually abide by them? We have someone actually uh in the StreamYard chat. Okay, I'm gonna tentatively accept Mary. Mary.
Hello. What are you on about? The government and all that?
Okay,
Are you
okay.
on about the European Union and stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
So I am a Mary. I'm just a Mary, mate. How you
So,
doing, lad?
sorry. I'm good. I'm
So
good. Bear with me
what's the
one second.
conversation, lad? That's okay, mate. I know. No, carry on with your conversation. I was actually quite interested. I was quite interested in your conversation.
Yeah, I was basically ranting. I mean, this is just me talking to my audience, but as
That's okay. Oh,
bear.
you're a Twitch streamer.
No, no. This is live. Oh, are you on Twitch or are you? Where did you see me? Where did you see
Well,
the?
I can't see you now because
No, no. Where
obviously
did you
you've
see
got
the
a thing
show?
up.
The live show.
I was watching Living. No, I just wanted to know your politics about the European
Ah,
Union
I'm with
and
you.
the COVID and shit like that. So I'm quite interested.
I'm with you. But where did you actually like see the stream? Did you see it on YouTube, on Twitch?
No, I seen you on Gumtree.
I'm being trolled. Isn't that cute? Okay, okay. Let's skip the conversation of where you actually saw me. Okay, okay. I'll play along. I'll play along. I like a troll as much as the next guy.
No, no, no,
Uh,
no. Listen, I'm not trolling. I wanted to know your
Dude,
opinion, what you were
I
saying
asked you.
before.
Of course, you're trolling
Yes.
me. I asked you where you saw the stream. You're
Not
like, I
trolling
saw
you,
it
lad.
on
I'm not
Gumtree.
trolling you, lad. I am not. If I was trolling, I would wind you up,
Yeah,
having a
yeah, but
conversation.
the thing is, I asked you where you saw the stream. You said Gumtree. That's
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's just taking the piss. I just come
Okay,
across you, lad.
okay, okay. Let's go. Let's play along. By the way, anyone else who wants to jump on the live on the StreamYard, link is in the underpants section below.
Please don't do that. Don't do that.
What? What?
I don't know. Anyway,
Don't do what?
no, I was actually listening to your comments. Sorry, I'm a bit
Yeah,
drunk.
yeah.
I was listening
I
to your
can
comments
imagine.
before. I was listening to your comments before, right? No, no, go back to about Europe and stuff like that and the COVID and shit like that, mate, 'cause it was quite interesting.
Well, I
And your
mean,
thing was like,
as far as the COVID is concerned, it's really at the moment. This is a local thing. This is a UK thing.
oh yeah, well I've been locked down for about 6 months in Scotland, in Glasgow, and
Oh,
I'm losing
damn.
thousands and thousands of pounds every week.
Yeah, you guys
So
are. You guys. Yeah. I mean, it's even. Isn't it even harsher
harsher.
the lockdown? Isn't it even
Why do you
worse?
why do you sound like you're on the glue?
I'm on a what?
On the glue?
On the glue.
As in,
I don't know.
is
That's
it
just the way
snowing near you? Is
This is
it
just.
snowing near you? Aye. Is it snowing?
No, no.
Oh, that's okay then.
It's
Oh,
not.
not snowing where you are now.
Yeah, no. I don't really. I don't do that kind of drugs. I guess you do.
I don't know. You on about? I only asked if it was snowing near you. That's all I asked. If it's snowing near you. What are you on
No.
about drugs?
Yeah,
I've no
you
idea what
said
you're on about.
yeah, you're
I said
right.
what?
Nobody knows. No, the glue. You said the glue.
Oh, the glue, yeah, it's snowboarding glue. You gotta get, oh, sorry, surfboards, they wax it down with wax, don't they? You
Ah,
get snowboards, you have to put the glue on it, don't you?
I don't know. I'm not a surfer. I wouldn't know.
Oh, yeah, you're just a snowboarder.
I I don't even snowboard. But
Yeah, that's okay,
okay.
mate.
I don't
Anyway,
know. Are
what are you on
these
about
like
European Union?
euphemisms towards cocaine? I'm not entirely
Fucking, I
sure.
have no idea. What's that? What did you
Well,
say about, I
uh,
have no idea what that is, mate.
euphemisms. Yeah, I
Oh,
clearly
euphemisms
don't.
about cocaine. What's a cocaine? Is that? I've
No,
no idea what you're on about, lad.
we're talking about washing up powder. It's like Daz. It's whiter than white.
Oh yeah, I've got you. Oh, I got
Yeah,
a dancing
yeah.
a
It's
lot. Oh,
Daz. It's
so
Daz.
basically
It's. I was
you're a
trying to get
southern monkey.
you're getting the
So down you
stains.
near London, you.
You got to
Yes,
get
yeah,
the
I've got you,
stains
lad.
out.
Yeah, I've got you. So you're down London, you've got an American accent. Yeah, I've got you now, lad.
Yeah, that's what it is. Guys,
Only
anyone
takes
who
about
wants to
three. It
jump
only
on,
takes
the
about
link
three
is
conversations to get clocked on it.
exactly. Oh Christ, I've got
You're
a
getting a
call.
phone, mate. I put my skull back on.
I know, no, getting a phone call. Okay, actually, let me see if I can post because yesterday I was unable to post links. Can people tell me if you can see my StreamYard post in the actual chat? Because I was unable.
You should. Do you know what? Right, I'll tell you one thing, right? You're better off, right? See your StreamYard. You better off putting the link in the description.
Oh yeah, it's in the
Honestly.
description. It's in the description, but I just noticed I don't think I can actually get my. I can't. Can anyone see the link that I just posted? Holy
I
shit!
can't see fuck all.
I can't.
I can't see fuck all. I'm
Yeah,
speaking to
I
you.
can't put StreamYard links in the chat.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was
Tell me a
unable to do
joke.
this yesterday on a different stream, and I'm unable to do
Yes.
this again today. This is insane. I can't put links.
Well, I found you. I found you, so I
Okay.
must have found you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
So
you
obviously you're
must
not
have.
invisible. You're not shadow blocked because I
No,
found you.
but why can't I put links? Okay, Goofy, can you're a mod or Ned? Can you guys try to put a link of any link,
What,
any YouTube?
Goofy, you're a mod or you're a Ned. That is so wrong, mate. You just
Goofy.
basically called one of your moderators a fucking Ned.
No, no, no. One is called a
Yeah,
Ned.
you
One is
did. Yes,
called
you did.
Ned.
Goofy, you're a mod, you Ned. That's what you
No,
just
no.
said.
Goofy is a mod, and so is Ned. There are two different people.
All right, so Ned's a, no, because a Ned, you know what
Ned is a
Ned
mod,
means.
and so is Goofy.
Yeah, but you know what
Yeah,
Ned means,
yeah,
mate. You know
but
what Ned
then
means, mate.
this is their nicknames. I can't do anything about that. That's how we roll. So yeah, anyone who
How
can,
do you roll?
yes,
What
I
with
can
fucking
post a
three
random
Whistler,
link.
one stuck in
No,
the
but
middle, and just roll against the
Goofy, your
wall?
post doesn't show. I can't see your post. So your post isn't actually showing in the main chat. You can
Listen,
post it.
yeah, fuck all that conversation. What are you on about European Union and shit like that and everything, and then Brexit and shit like that?
Um,
No, because that's what you were on about before. And
yeah.
I was interested in that. I was listening.
Well, as far as what do you call it? As far
Oh, you don't fuck now.
hold on.
No,
I've got
carry on,
MC. I've
mate.
got MC. Hold
Listen,
on.
I'm British B, lad.
MC, what's
Good
up?
evening, you two.
Big up,
Hello.
MC. Big
Well,
up.
I, I'm
Uh,
good, but I have to tell you that StreamYard is problematic not only for you. I had problems
We
entering
got a
here.
Kazakhstan. We got a Kazakhstani.
no, he's Polish. But anyway, okay, go on, Ned. Go on,
Well, guys, what's
MC.
up?
MC. Sorry. Go on, MC. You were saying.
Oh yeah. If you think that only London is shitty this year, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have nowhere to run or escape. To be
Oh
honest.
shit. But
Yes, my
so
country
I mean,
doesn't look much better than yours. Actually, we are probably going the same way, especially after the what I'm talking here. No, because the protests are going on, and the police is getting to resemble your own police with the old traditions of the old country
are you
to
shitting me?
1989. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Holy. Oh, sorry. I see. So you guys are. Is it happening in Poland as well? Are they locking it down in Poland too?
They are planning a third lockdown of the economy
Son of a
after.
bitch.
Yes, I mean the Christmas will be of course shit because they want to do everything to prevent us from going here and there. We're going to be taking a risk because I want to go uh, to a party to my cousin because he's getting his 18th birthday this year and I have to be there.
Ah, I'm with you. I'm with you. That should be
Also,
that
so
should be a good show.
I mean, a few of our politicians were full of shit to the point where they want to control how many people we can invite to our homes. Thankfully, that the public have responded to them on the Twitter and the internet many times, and it was actually also funny, and also like the protest of the pro-abortion is vulgar with the signs like "Get the fuck out of here, go away."
So,
Like spam, they have spammed it, and I mean,
so the people
now
are basically telling them to go kiss their ass, basically, if they're gonna try and
yes,
lock down the pro.
openly and literally on the social
Nice.
media, they are telling them to go fuck themselves.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
they, they are already threatening those people with court cases and or other things. But I'm just thinking now, your threads are so empty, probably like the accounts of those people, because there will be more accounts than people in this country telling you that.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, these guys must realize that the people are not going to give a shit. See, what happens is what they don't realize, and this is what I've been warning multiple times, is once you make laws that are so ridiculous that people start to not obey them, then you're going to turn regular citizens, law-abiding citizens, into criminals. You're going to criminalize your own citizens, and once you do that, then people will break much harsher laws, not little shitty don't catch a train or don't go and see your grandma kind of laws. They're gonna start breaking all sorts of different laws then, because they don't give a shit about the police authority anymore. They've lost respect for the police, so people will break all the different rules. And
Well,
then
yes.
you're going to get a country and a society that's going to go down that lawless road. Because the reason I say this has happened in Iran. I've seen this happen with my own eyes. I've seen people who start to break little rules here and there because the government is so incredibly intrusive, so incredibly what's it called, authoritarian, that people are like, well, okay, I can't live like this, so fuck it, I'll break this law, and I'll break other laws now as well. I'll drink and drive. I'll do this. I'll do that. For example, in Iran, because alcohol is forbidden, uh, drinking and driving is through the roof. Why? Because you're not allowed to drink anyway. So if you're gonna drink and you're not allowed to drink anyway, I mean, having alcohol is illegal anyway. So why the fuck should I give a shit about driving? Drinking and driving is just another step on that road of me breaking the law. I'm already breaking the law
Yeah.
by the mere fact that I drank alcohol. So fuck it, I'll just
Well,
drive anyway. So
no,
drinking and
but
driving happens all the time. People don't give a shit about it.
now I can just end this conversation about drinking and driving this way. So the 90s Eastern Europe and Poland and in general would be a paradise for Iranians now if we could come back to those times.
Yeah. This. No, but what I'm saying is, this is the road to criminalizing innocent people. And actually, on that note, I can show you. I'll first share it. If you have are you on your laptop or are you on your phone?
On my laptop.
Okay. In that case, watch the stream, because I'm going to play it in the stream, and then
Okay.
we'll discuss it. This is Hatun. You know Hatun, don't you, from Speaker's Corner?
Yes, I know her. The lady that was smacked for
Exactly.
having drawn that picture.
Exactly. This is Hatun getting arrested today at Speaker's Corner because she defended this Christian guy who was on a stool trying to give like Christian, preaching. He was doing Christian preaching. The police decided to arrest him, and Hatun tried to defend the Christian brother by being, overly pushy with the police. And now there she is. She's going to get arrested. Now, if you watch the stream, you'll see in a second. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I apologize. I didn't even put it up for the audience to watch, let alone for you and I to watch. Let me just go back.
The Lord shall have them in derision.
Move on now,
The
guys.
rulers of this world take
See what's happening, guys. Move on, there, guys. You're not exercising or nothing.
Sorry.
Thank you.
This is the end of freedom in this country. The end of liberty of conscience. The end of freedom of assembly. The end of a freedom of speech. It's been
what's where you're walking?
I know they think nobody will know. They say, who is God? What shall he do?
Okay, I mean you can hear the guy. I don't know if you're able to see it now. Hold on, I'll give it a few seconds for you to catch up. And I'll kind of play it silently on a so. But there it is. There's a perfectly innocent, normally a perfectly law-abiding, innocent individual now criminalized for petty shit, which is which is what Britain is doing. So what happens? What happens after this is that a whole host of people are regularly criminalized. So like Hatun is going to have a criminal record now. She's going to have this is going to be on her record as breaking the law. Yeah, I think you've seen it. Have you seen it now, MC?
Sorry, I haven't seen anything. I'm sorry, but
Oh, you didn't
there is
actually.
nothing. I mean, the stream like it will be.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't.
I mean,
Are you watching the actual stream?
The stream and the stream StreamYard open panel.
No, not
everything.
StreamYard. The actual video, the actual live feed, the live stream.
Well, the stream have crashed
What?
itself. I mean,
No. I'm watching it.
I mean,
I'm actually I'm seeing it.
just a moment. Just a moment.
No. The stream is running because I can see it. I'm watching it through my phone.
Oh,
It's still live. It is.
and by me, it's.
Yeah,
I
no, no,
mean,
no. Stream is still good. I got 47. It must be a slow day on a Sunday with the stream. What's it called? When it comes to people live streaming, there's way too many people here. Normally, I get like 5. Uh,
anyway,
but
Banksy.
either way, Hatoun basically got arrested today at Speaker's Corner. That's the takeaway from it
Oh
all.
shit.
Don't worry about too much of the other stuff. The main thing is Hatoun basically got arrested. Normally a perfectly it's not crashed. There you go. Taz is saying it's not crashed. Stream is fine. Everybody's yeah. No, I know. The stream is good. Uh, we are all unemployed. There you go. There you go. Taz is like kind of giving the right, the overall sentiment here. We're going to be in a situation where a lot of people next year, after the furlough thing ends, are going to find themselves unemployed. So we're going to have millions of people unemployed. We're going to have millions of people disgruntled with the government, and we're going to have millions of people not respecting the police and law anymore because there would, I mean, there'll be certainly hundreds of thousands of people that'll just be criminalized. They'll have criminal records. Hatoun will have a record now. This will be on her record as being arrested by the police for violating COVID laws. She has broken the law. She is now a lawbreaker. She is an outlaw, effectively. Hatoun, this uber Christian lady who wouldn't hurt a fly,
Oh, yeah.
is now considered a vile criminal of the British state. This is crazy. This is crazy. You are criminalizing innocent people, and this, first of all, will have effects over their lives for years to come because it'll take years for the records to be wiped of this event, at least 5 or 10 years,
And
and you're making people disobey the police and get used to the concept of disobeying the police, and used to the idea of the police are a joke, that they have no real relevance, they're not fit for purpose, and all of the stuff. I mean, basically the stuff Black Lives Matter have been saying for years. They are proving Black Lives Matter to be right. That's what you're doing.
yep,
That's
that's for sure. But I have a strange feeling that UK really have its unwritten rules and unwritten class system. I mean, I may be wrong, but aren't Christians like became the underclass? And now, when we talk about the treatment, and I mean, especially non-Muslims, but Christian. I mean, I heard of harsher treatment of especially native British Christians, and of course those that have came from the rest of Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, like. Like the former communists would just emigrate, adopt in Britain, get British citizenship, and go somewhere in the institutions, because I know I'm repeating myself. I don't even want to repeat myself anymore, but those similarities are so obvious to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I don't know. I mean, the problem is the virus. This thing exists, so we have to recognize that we do have to manage and control this, or at least amongst the human beings. But the fact is that if you take away people's rights and you then enforce these rights with your police service, these ridiculous rules, then you're just, I don't know. I mean, you're just going to go down the road of criminality. People, this country is going to become a high distrust society, so they don't trust people. They're not going to trust the
Like
police.
ours,
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah,
like the society that I'm living in.
yeah, just like
Because
Iran.
well, Iran is even in a much bigger and different category than us combined. But
Yeah,
what I'm talking about, even after the downfall of such government, even after a removal of such government, there may be decades before a new kind of a society will develop, because certain habits die hard and die slow.
Yeah.
Banksy,
Exactly.
I live in a post-communist country, and trust me, it is to this day, it is a less of a distrust society, but it's still a distrusting each other society.
I know.
And unfortunately, this government now wants to turn back the time and reverse the clock, how it is going. That's why I hope those protests will gather more and more people, and they will rebel like in good times, and remove those fossils from the government, because yes, they are fossils. They were born, bred, and educated and raised in that climate, in that place. So maybe they are just, and I have to say it, old fucking farts that cannot just get over that times are changing, and people also want to change, and they don't want their values anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also don't want a Catholic dictatorship, and frankly, slowly, but we are going there.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is the big push. This is the big. They decided to make a push in order to revamp or restructure all societies. And 2020 is that catalyst. There's always a first day. You know what I mean? When they start something, and maybe this is it. Maybe this is the way that they planned to create a situation which will force the world global population into a new form of serfdom. I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I can't see these powers that these governments have taken in this period for them to release these powers very easily. You see, because the problem with the power is once government sees it, they very rarely want to give it back. Unless they're forced to. The only way they give it back is when they're forced to, absolutely forced to. And I don't know. I mean, we've got apparently like this COVID legislation is only going to last for 2 years in Britain, and then it has to be renewed or revised or looked at again. Otherwise, it will all the regulations will expire. But I don't think in 2 years they're going to get rid of these. I think that they will definitely keep them after 2 years.
They only saying that they're going to last 2 years, but it's when did they keep their promise with such loss? That's one thing, and second, they are pushing hard all around the world to make our society a little bit China-like, especially that with that virus. I mean, it's a conspiracy theory on my side, but look at this. I mean, this virus, it's spreading from Wuhan. They knew, many governments knew, by the way, that this virus is spreading from here and there. They haven't introduced lockdowns like immediately. So maybe let's spread a little bit to make the necessity for the lockdown look obvious, and that nobody will oppose it, or just nobody will be too much of a demonstrating against it. That was one thing, because they are pushing hard for it. The election in the US, no, in no way, in heaven or hell or whatever place you believe in or not believe, I believe in the legitimacy and the fairness of those elections. It was rigged.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just reading, it says Wake Up UK. Wake Up UK, please, if you can, jump on the panel. I would love to hear your thoughts. But Wake Up UK said, what are your thoughts on the rumors that the establishments are to start fining people for spreading what they perceive to be misinformation on social media posts and live streams? Well, there you go. I mean, I would be very surprised. Right now, there is a legislation that is actually being talked about to come into play, that if you spread misinformation about COVID, they want to start making it illegal if you spread misinformation. What the government thinks is misinformation, of course. It's not that, who judges what is misinformation. Obviously, it's going to be the government. So right now, Priti Patel wants to pass or push this particular legislation through. So yeah, and they always keep it vague. There's always these vague terms like misinformation. Okay, who determines what's misinformation? What do you did? Who is the arbiter? Who is the one who holds the key to the kingdom of misinformation? What is misinformation? How are they going to define it? And is it you know again it's all going to be the government and the people
Oh,
within the
Banksy.
government.
Before the Second World War, people were accused that they have warned about Hitler and the Nazis about the possible outcome of his rules, how bad it can be, also of misinformation or spreading panic. So I'm not surprised that such a thing will happen.
That's
I mean,
exactly it. I mean, this is exactly how the dictators did it. It's like, oh, you guys are fear mongering. You're fear mongering amongst the people. Hitler is never gonna be able to do these things. He's not here to do. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there were people in the 1930s Germany who also, tried to stand against people like Hitler, but I'm sure they were crushed and they were silenced for spreading fear and misinformation. You know, the Muslims have this great term, corruption in the land. I wonder who's going to be accused of spreading corruption in the land,
there was a lot
disturbing
of
the
corruption in the
harmony.
land. There was a lot of corruption in the land before Churchill have came to power. First was Chamberlain, and he was one of those corrupt appeasement, and finally flop. Finally, you had to fight.
Hmm. There you go. There you go. This is everywhere. It's not. I mean, this is almost the fucking handbook of dictators. This is the play-by-play game plan of most authoritarian regimes. How is it that nobody even like notices that this is literally the play-by-play handbook of an authoritarian system where you tell your citizens you shut up because you're saying something that people, you're saying something that the government doesn't like, but the people resonate with. The people have an innate sense of sixth sense almost of there is something wrong here. There is something not right. And those who stand up and say that this is not right, the government shuts them up. Shut up. You don't know what's right. We know what's right. I mean, the funny thing is, there's a comedian, Bill Hicks, and he did a sketch right at the end of his show, especially I think the one that he did in London. Sorry, MC, you're moving around and your mic is hitting everything. Sounds like you're playing baseball with your microphone. But there's a scene, there's a piece at the end of his comedy act where he says it's just a ride. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Let me find the exact. There you go. Just a ride. Life. It's serves a strange. Wait a minute. This is. It's just a ride. Hold on. I think I'm. Bill Hicks quote. Let's see if we can find it in the Bill Hicks quotes. Let me see. There you go. It's at the end of his show. I don't want to show it because I'm going to get copyright. And right now, I can't even post fucking links in this chat. So YouTube has already gone fucking awful, gone insane with this bullshit. So I can't even post links in my chat. So I don't want to play a Bill Hicks clip and then get even more screwed. Erendo, I have seen what you've written. Have you watched Griffin's warning of a communist infiltration plot in the Western? Yeah. We've seen that one. That was Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah. That's old school. But yeah, this is the line that I think you guys. The conversation we were just having about Hitler and people warning about totalitarian. this to me just encompasses everything that I was thinking. The world is like a ride. It's an amusement park, and when you choose to go go on it, you think it's real because it's how sorry, let me start again. The world is like a ride in an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round, and it has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered that they came back, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid ever. Don't be afraid ever, because it's just a ride. Ah, shit, where's the rest of it? Sorry, the rest of it is in another link. Hold on, that wasn't the full thing. Some people have been on the ride. Is this a ride? Da, da, da. Don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride, and we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my frowns of worry. Look at my big bank account. Look at my family. This has to be real. It's just a ride, because we always kill those good guys who try to tell us that. Ever notice that? They try to tell us that. Ever notice that? And we and we let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter, because it's just a ride, and we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no worry, no job, no savings, no money, just a choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your doors, buy bigger guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. Here's what we can do to change the world right now into a better ride. Take all that money we spend on weapons and defense each year, and instead spend it feeding, clothing, and educating the poor of the world, which would do many times over. No, not one human being excluded, and we can explore space together, both inner and outer, forever in peace. Anyway, that was Bill Hicks. But the main thing, what I want to take away from this is the point about there are people who come to us and tell us the truth. They tell us what is actually going on, and many people just ignore it, or they just tell him to shut him up, shut him down. This can't be right. This can't, this is this is real. It's not a ride. This has to be real. But that's the problem. That's the problem. I think right now we're in one of those
because
sort of moments.
because
I
Banksy,
bought a
let's face it,
drone.
people. Banksy,
Yeah,
I've said
Griffin.
probably that more than once, but people
Yeah,
don't
Aaron,
like
no,
the truth,
I mean,
and
I don't
too
know
much.
how much you want to get into this, dude, but I can't just exclusively follow your line of conversation at the moment. The thing is, you guys, you and Ralph and all these ethno-nationalists, you guys have got a singular focal point, and you always go to that. You're not, you're not really interested in anything else. You want to blame everything on that one thing that is your gripe, and not everything revolves around the thing that you just hate. Sometimes things are a bit more complex than that. So I think you guys have a narrative. You've already effectively you're the religious types who've already made a conclusion, and now you're looking for the world to fit your conclusions. So you're looking for things that meet your conclusions rather than just simply looking at the world and calling it for what it is. So this is why I can't take your agenda. I can't take a lot of the stuff you say too deeply or too seriously, because you only look at things in one direction. You're tunnel visioned towards one thing, and you think that is the absolute truth and the only truth. There is no other scenario, there is no other truth, or there is no other alternatives to your narrative. And that's why I don't endorse your mindsets, and I challenge it, because I think you guys are tunnel vision. I think you guys have blind spots that you yourselves don't know about. But that's just me. I'm just some fat guy on the internet. What do I know? Sorry. Go on. Tell me.
Anyway,
Lucy.
people don't want to hear the truth, and truth is actually very bitter now. I know I've said that more than once, but that's the point, and that's where we are going now. I mean, because it's horrible. And it is quite unbearable, and frankly, I also sometimes would like to shut myself down and go to sleep like being in a coma. I admit that I like to be in a fucking coma at times when I'm realizing where we are heading and how horrible it might be. And I want to preach some catastrophic scenario, but let me tell you. If in countries like Britain and in the US we have such shit happening, like the behavior of the police, like the thing that you said that Priti Patel want to do, like this rigged election overseas. In my country, for example, the Catholic Church probably will become the equivalent of the Ayatollahs in Iran. Not now, but holy shit, I think it's coming. And we just don't want to accept that at first because it's horrible.
Yeah.
And it really, because now it hits our imagination like Vitaly Klitschko's punch to our chin. And that's really hard.
Absolutely.
And we are just realizing what is happening, and that's. But most people don't want to accept it, will not accept it, because they're also afraid to fight, afraid to do something. Because most people are like that. Most people are sheep. They want a peaceful and silent life, not a life of too much quote unquote excitement. You know what excitement I'm talking about.
Let me think. What do you mean? Oh shit! Hold on. No, I don't know. Sorry. What excitement?
Excitement that could involve a lot of trouble, also with the authorities,
Yes.
with your family, with your friends first, of course, when they're going to think that you are some conspiracy theorist or a nutcase. Then, if you're going to become noticeable and maybe considered too dangerous, the authorities will take a notice of you and be too interested. And maybe they will do something to you to make you look crazy. And if that will not work, finally, after many attempts, they will just outright kill you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the excitement I'm talking about.
If they can't, yeah, you're right. You're right. If they can't silence you, it's not that they will necessarily just kill you. Although I think that might be an eventuality if they can't do anything else to you. But they will first destroy you as a person trying to live. So they'll destroy any form of income. They'll destroy any chance of you, just buying a house, living your life. They can't. They won't. I mean, they did this. Tommy Robinson. If anything, if whatever you might think of Tommy Robinson and his politics or his views, the one thing that people don't seem to take away from this is that the British government came and destroyed his life, destroyed his means to earn money, destroyed his means to purchase property, destroyed his means to live a life as a normal person, because he was saying things that the British public, the British government didn't want him to say. He was exposing things that the British government didn't want exposed. So if you despise Tommy Robinson, no matter what you think of this man, you have to at least acknowledge that he managed to show the world, at least show the British people, that the British government will come for you and destroy all facets of your life if you do things that are outside of its accepted parameters for a citizen. You effectively, as a citizen, are just a pleb, a lemming for them to use as a drone, as a serfdom to create tax dollars, tax pounds. You are a tax generating machine for the state. And if you stick your head up too far, if you get, if you wind your neck up beyond your station, they will do to you what they did to Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson, they did those things to him to show the kind of what you can, what you should expect if you stick your neck out too far. So you can live under this illusion that you have freedoms. You can live under this delusion that you're living in a free country. But if you don't test those freedoms, are you really free? The minute you test those boundaries of those freedoms that you supposedly have, you'll have a Tommy Robinson situation in your life. You become the next Tommy Robinson, and they will destroy every facet of your life. So are you really free? Are those freedoms really yours? What's the point of having some bullshit notary written on a piece of paper saying you are free? You are a free person. You're free to go over there. Except if you go over there, we're going to shoot your fucking eye out. Is that freedom? Do you consider that to be free? That there's a piece of paper somewhere that says you're free? That's it? That's what you consider to be freedom?
There is a Mark Zuckerberg meme that I can actually relate to the situation now. The government says you are free to say a few dashes and spots later whatever we want to.
Yes, you're free to say whatever we tell you to say. Whatever we agree with.
But Tommy Robinson's case was a little bit different than all of us. I mean, Tommy Robinson also has leadership skills, what is extremely dangerous for the government.
Yeah, but the thing is, his leadership was accidental. It just happened to be that he stood up when no one else did. There's a quote that I bought a book fairly recently, and I haven't bought a book in like 20 years at least. And I didn't want to. I'm not joking. I mostly listen to audiobooks, but I don't actually buy books. I've never bought a Kindle book of any sort in my life. But this book, it was actually Anne-Marie Waters. I got to give credit where credit is due. Anne-Marie Waters was reading this book, reading quotes from this book, and I wanted to find a PDF of it. I couldn't find it, and I found a Kindle version on Amazon for £3. And I'll be honest, I was trying to just click to see the actual write-ups or reviews and stuff, and I accidentally, it was pure accidental. Let's put it this way: I ended up purchasing the book, and Amazon just charged my account. I'm like, you bastards! I didn't want it. And then I ended up paying, but I mean, it was like £3.06 or something. It wasn't like it was like, I'm gonna have to now not buy Christmas presents for my mother because I bought that book. It's just the fact that I didn't actually want to buy it, but then I ended up buying it. Anyway, this book has a whole bunch of quotes. It has a whole bunch of quotes, but there is one by shit. Let me hold on. Admiral William Halsey. That's the one. Admiral William Halsey. One of his famous quotes is this: "There aren't any great men. There are great challenges that ordinary men like you and I are forced by circumstances to rise up and meet." This is the Tommy Robinson thing that you're saying. You said, he has great leadership skills. I'll be honest, it's not that Tommy Robinson he's a great person of any sort. He is just a person that stood up and met the challenge of and met a great challenge that was in front of him.
Yes. I wanted to say that he have great leadership skills, but he have actually at least leadership skills of any kind, and he used them, and the government didn't like it.
Exactly. He stood up when others wouldn't. He stood up when others would cower, and he paid the price for that. But that's what he did. This was an ordinary person. By all means, if the British government had just ignored Tommy Robinson, although they couldn't anyway. Once the EDL got going, the problem is they started off ignoring him, and this is the old Gandhi quote: "They first ignore you, then they laugh at no. They first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win." And initially they ignored the whole EDL thing. Oh, just idiots. Then they started taking the piss out of them. I don't know if you ever remember the meme Muslimic ray guns. If there was a meme back in like 2010, 11, in that period, there was an interview.
Oh, a long time ago.
Yeah, it was an interview with a EDL member, and the EDL member said, we want Britain to be about British, and those Muslimic rape gangs. He was talking about Muslim rape gangs, the very rape gangs which we now have all come to recognize, the Rotherham, Rochdale, all of those rape gangs and grooming gangs. Well, the guy was just saying Muslimic rape gangs. And it just, because of his accent and because of, I mean, let's be honest, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the box. But because of the way he said it, it sounded like Muslimic ray guns. And then a whole bunch of memes came out, Muslimic ray guns. And so, yeah, that was when they laughed at the EDL. So they first ignored the EDL. Then they laughed at the EDL. Then they fought the EDL. Because they realize they can't ignore them anymore. They're too big. And this is all the things, Tommy was behind. I'm not a major Tommy supporter. I'm not a major Tommy fan. It's just I noticed an individual, a single person who stood up against unimaginable odds against him. He did the very thing Marvel superheroes will promote to you on a daily basis. They'll stick Captain America in front of your face. They'll stick the 300 in front of your face. They'll stick Iron Man in your face and promote how great it is to have a single man stand against unimaginable odds. And yet when a real person in the real world did that, they spit at him and they demonize him as some racist, horrific person because he actually stood up against great enemies, against the Goliath that is the British establishment. A regular kid from Luton did that, but he's never going to be on any posters. He's never going to be promoted, and he's never going to have great statues and adulations after him. He will always be spat on, and he'll always be demonized for being some racist little man who came out of Luton. But he actually did the thing that they want us to admire in those fucking Marvel superheroes and Hollywood movies. That's the irony of this whole situation.
Because the British government is not that stupid like many dictatorial governments of other countries. I mean, they knew that if they would kill him, he would be a martyr and he would be an icon.
Absolutely.
So they will let him live.
But they will crush him. They'll destroy him. They'll chip away at him every day.
Yes, but they want his life to be for all to see how horrible and how devastating it is, and how cruel and how hard it can be if somebody else will go the way of Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He's the example.
Yeah. Do you want your life to be like this? Is this the life you want for yourself and your children? We'll put you in jail. We'll bankrupt you. We'll take everything you have. We'll have you become a pariah in society. We'll make you we'll demonize you. We'll just generally make you look like the biggest piece of shit that has ever existed in the world. And we'll, that's the life. We'll make you a fucking refugee from the country that you stood up to protect. He has now become a refugee and has to run away to like Spain and other places. because he stood up to protect Britain and to protect little girls in Rochdale and Rotherham, and to point out the failures of the British establishment.
Well,
The irony of it.
well, but such situation have happened yet, and I mean now I'm talking about my own countrymen. I mean, you know, at least a little bit about the history of the Polish soldiers in exile. They could not return to their home country after the World War II because the ones that returned were executed, or humiliated, or have to live a horrible life, and their families were spat on and destroyed by the government even after their execution and discriminated against. I mean, you know, the soldiers from the Polish Home Army or the army that have fought in the West, because they have fought in the West, that was another accusation. Now, anybody that will touch Tommy Robinson probably, or will come to a place where want to help him, give him an advice or whatever, may be considered to be also radioactive and be accused of being quote unquote radioactive by the British government. I wouldn't be surprised if that will happen.
Absolutely.
I mean, Hatun, once she never had contacts with Tommy Robinson too often. Well, except of course when he wanted to given her chocolates. Okay, I admit that, but who knows if once upon a time she'll be not accused of being an EDL member or whatever, if the things were going to spiral in that direction, because once Tommy Robinson wanted to give her chocolates.
Yeah, well, I mean that
is far away from that, but you know, there's one positive thing with the British and other governments like that, or any government that's going there. Sooner or later, they will lose control over the process, and they're going to spiral to a place where people will snap and will not care, and will abolish them. But unfortunately, after that, the society depends how long they're going to live under that tyranny. Even the society, probably even longer, will heal itself, cure itself, and recover from all those customs and all the things that have been get used to, like my own now.
I know, man. I know it's crazy. It's just it's pissing me off. There's just so much. I mean, so for this Christmas period, though, in the area that you live in London, in Poland, are you going to be able to gather with your family, or is that restricted? How is that for you?
I mean, of course, the government yet are giving us an advice to not to go visit our family members, but they have a problem. You know, there are those ongoing pro-abortion protests by many anti-lockdown people, by the entrepreneurs. Holy shit, the entire country probably will start to go up again in a protest. And, you know, they will not have enough of the police to control everything, or to just even to massively pacify the protests first. So how they can control everybody? That's the paradox of it. And I probably use it against them to show them how powerless they are, just to go to my family.
Bloody hell.
I am taking a risk. Yes, I may be fined heavily, because they'll not take me to jail, because it's not a law. It's now a thing because, you know, it's not written in the law codex that you cannot visit this or that or break the COVID rules. The COVID prevention rules, or the Chinese virus, as I prefer to call it. Yes, YouTube, I have said the Chinese virus, and you're going to expect me to say it more and more. I mean, but it is the difference of the mentality. I mean, I have to give it to you. You Brits are too stoic at times, too easygoing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I would say yes. Because the British people overall trust their government. You know what I mean? And they want to.
Oh, I forgot the trustful society, the society of trust.
Yeah,
we are the society of mistrust.
Exactly. So they do want to believe their government is doing the right thing for them. But I will say this past year, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that have come through that I've noticed that no longer trust the government, no longer trust the police. They have lost respect for the police. There is a lot of animosity towards the establishment in this country now, and I think this is going to have ramifications uh, when it comes to what's it called? When it comes to the years to come. In years to come, this is going to come and bite the British establishment heavily on the ass because people are not gonna they're not gonna abide by other rules, other things that will be necessary, will be important. They're just gonna ignore them. They're just gonna not abide by them, and they're gonna have a very low trust society. And as far as politics is concerned, in all honesty, these these politicians, these political establishments, they are literally hoping and begging for apathy from the populace. So if the population becomes more apathetic towards their politics, it's actually a good thing for the politicians. Politicians are like rubbing their hands. Please stop voting. You guys vote way too often, and too many of you. We need you to vote less, so that we only can have like 20 people from our particular side voting. If you ask Boris Johnson if we could only allow 20 people in the country to vote, he'll be like, yes, every day. because obviously when the population votes, they may not vote the way these guys want. They will vote Brexit, they will vote Trump, they'll do crazy things like democracy shit. that
Oh,
pesky
I know, yeah.
democracy that's like so unpredictable.
Well, Banksy, I'm happy that you are telling me that because from the depth of my nihilistic, cynical Eastern European heart, I feel such a joy when you are telling me that the mistrust is growing.
Yeah.
Frankly,
Oh yeah.
thumbs up, Britain. Big up to the more and more of the country. Then, I hope for the mistrust because I like that people don't trust the government. I mean, I don't want to polonize Britain, but this thing should spread like wildfire. Mistrust to the authorities and the government because they are not to be trusted. They should be heavily controlled and yes, even sometimes terrorized by the public. And yes, I said that.
Man.
Governments around the world, you should be fucking terrorized and terrified what the public can do to you if you're going to step up and somehow forget that you don't serve yourselves and your purposes and you're not gods on earth, but you are the servants of the people. And if you think you are not, you should be reprimanded heavily for that.
I agree with you 100%. I think that the politicians should be terrified of the people. They should be scared shitless when the people say, we don't agree with what you're doing. They should, literally shit their pants. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of the situation. The reality is these people actually see themselves above us. They see themselves somewhat our caretakers. They think that we're children, that they need to micromanage our lives. And this is authoritarianism through and through. This is what authoritarianism
I know.
wants. This is religion through and through. Muhammad and Jesus, and thou is your shepherd, and you are my flock. What the fuck are you calling me your flock? Fuck you! I'm not your sheep. But that's not
me either.
Yeah, but this
already
is
feel offended by the way that I can think like that. And one more thing, to trust me, the government in my country is not much different. You could, if you'd ask them, do you really think that your farts smell like perfume, or do you think that your shit should be celebrated or put on a pedestal, or serve as food? I'm sure that they would first think. Maybe they would say no, but deep down inside their hearts, they think, yes, of course, my shit is the best, and you should eat it from the plate.
100%. 100%. You should be grateful that I gave you my shit.
Yes.
Because it's so awesome. Yeah, this is it. This is what I mean. This is the problem with
what you say it stinks. Your nose have been broken. Your nose is underdeveloped.
Exactly. Oh, wait a minute. We have Ned. We have Ned in the background.
Yeah, Ned here.
We have a person pretending to be Ned. Let's find out if it's really Ned.
Watch out for the
And
porn bombing.
yeah, exactly.
Watch
No,
out
it's
for the
okay. So
porn bombing.
I've
Ho,
already
ho,
switched.
ho, ho. Happy Christmas, everybody. Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I want to say
Merry
it in
New
Britain
Year.
to a leftist face, by the way.
Sorry?
I would like to say Merry Christmas, by the way, to a leftist face, especially in SJW. Seeing or her reaction.
Well, it's been a good year for them. We've had a
How?
good result in the elections in America.
I know. I mean,
Damn, Ned, you
if
called that.
if you considered rigging, winning, that's a good year for them. But anyway,
yeah.
I
It's
mean,
like-
I
it's
have
like-
always the excuse, I'm Eastern European, so of course, like I have the right to be clumsy and insensitive about your feeling for mispronouncing.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, Ned. First of all, I'll give you full credit. You called it. You said that Biden would win. I never thought it would happen, but it did. But of course, if you consider winning a gold medal you're giving a gold medal to a guy who's taken like literally 14 doses of steroids seconds before he even started racing,
And
then
who thinks he's
and
been
then-
elected mayor of Cardiff. Yeah.
well, that as well. But what I mean is, like, this is like watching a guy in the Olympics who's been steroided up to like the eyeballs, and then you surprise. Oh, and he won. Oh, it was all fair and square then.
Well,
But either way, by hook or by crook, he won.
fair and square to the unfair judges, fair and square to the system that is corrupt there, unfortunately rigged.
Yeah.
And frankly, I was shocked when especially when the SCOTUS have actually announced it that no, Biden have won. Sorry, Donald, it was a fair election. You have lost. Get over it.
Someone actually put in the text, "Merry Nedmas." Nedmas. It's a new form of celebration. It's for you, Ned. It's all yours. So,
Yes.
Ned, tell us, what was your? I mean, are you happy that Biden has won? What is your thoughts on this Biden thing? Because I haven't spoken to you for a while, so I would like to know your.
I'll be back, by the way.
No worries. So
I think it could actually turn really, really dark. I think it's going to turn really dark. I really do. I think that there's going to be a backlash to 4 years of Trump, and I really do think that you're going to see intersectional politics on steroids. I really do. I think it's going to be. They're talking about a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, like South Africa. Seriously, they are. No, they are. I thought it was a joke, but they seriously are. They're thinking of having hearings where people actually, where they identify people that actually made Trump happen and contributed to his tenure, and where they actually go and speak in penitence for what they've done. They do seriously sort of equate.
You mean people who worked in like Trump's administration? Are you talking about those people? Or are you talking about people who voted?
Yes, identifying them, cancelling them, yes, and them having to sort of go in sackcloth. You Google
it's
that.
The Inquisition. They want a Trump Inquisition. They want to go around telling having people put to the question, how much did you support Trump, and now do you repent of your sins?
Yes, yes. I really, really like that guy. There's a trigonometry. There's a guy called Konstantin Kishin, and he came out of the Soviet Union. I don't know whether I think he's too young to ever know the Soviet Union, but he really does. I think he said it's going to get really quite nasty. I don't know whether that's going to happen here, but he really does think that it's going to get very, very nasty in America.
In the sense that the left is going to have a clean sweep of trying to basically bring to task all the Republicans and anyone who was conservative during the Trump era.
And make sure that it never, ever happens again.
So they don't want ever to have, because most people are predicting Biden will never have a second term. So the next time
I
round there'll
mean,
be another Republican. But are you saying that they want to fix it so that it's another Republican light or another establishment Republican, not a Trump-esque?
Populism, I think. Populism, you know, the
So they
sort
want to crush the populism.
Yeah, well, if you actually have a look at it, what if you look at the Democratic Party at the moment, it seems to be a mixture of the minorities and the college-educated, sort of intelligent, no, not intelligentsia, but people that have sort of been college-educated,
college indoctrinated.
Right? Well, there you go, there you go. And the thing is that what they're saying is that you know. They despise the working people. They're the very sort of people you were talking about earlier with Tommy Robinson. Exactly the same people. They absolutely despise them in the same way that if you ever sort of talk to a lot of Labour people, they are Guardianistas. They despise working people. They hate working people.
But these are the very people who actually advocate for communism.
Yeah, but not. Yeah, you know, the thing is,
Banksy, historically, the communists have despised the working class and the peasant class. How do I know it? Because the peasants and the workers were first to rise up in my country against them. They were the first.
Yeah, but it's insane because they sell themselves as the party of the worker.
They want to be the emperors of the workers and the peasants.
Yeah, exactly.
God-like emperors. What they are projecting everybody that he or she will be a dictator. The Trump is like the dictator, blah, 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 and so on, because they are projecting.
Well, they were that. They have been that since the 1930s, but they've morphed into something else. Sorry, please carry on.
No.
Yes, they like every horrible virus. I don't mean the Chinese virus now. I mean the Marx virus. As we know what I'm talking about. Yes, they have mutated. They have developed something new. But in America, there's also one thing that we don't have here in Europe. They have guns. They can hide them. They not necessarily will give it up, those guns, to be honest. And there may be a civil war sooner or later, because the Republican Party may be cracking itself. I mean, may split to the MAGA people and to the traditional. More like mainstream so-called conservatives and establishment Republicans. Oh,
yeah. So there'll be a MAGA fraction of, just like the Tea Party section of the Republicans. There may be a MAGA section of the Republicans. So the Republican Party will fragment into these different groups: the establishment Republicans, the MAGA Republicans, and potentially the Tea Party Republicans. But that will only serve, if that actually happens, that will only serve the Democrats, because the Republicans will be fractured. As they say, a house against itself, divided against itself, shall fall. And the Democrats will clean up.
Is that grumbling? Is somebody burping or something?
No, that's sorry, it's MC's mic. He's rubbing it against things.
I mean, because and I haven't stabilized it, and maybe that's the problem, because I'm trying to stabilize it now.
Sounds like you're rogering a pig.
So Ned, I mean, I know you do go on other panels occasionally, but I haven't actually seen you. I mean, you and I haven't been online at the same time or on the same panels at the same time for a while. The thing is, Ned, first of all, thank you for buttering me up on a regular basis about being intelligent. But you know I'm not buying that shit, because that's the classic passive aggressive maneuvering by people who want to fuck you over. They usually give you a compliment just before they stick the knife in and twist it.
Surely you know. You can't hold back, Banksy.
Yeah.
Give me the Christmas presents I've yearned for all year.
So I just want to let you know that as much as it sounds good and I appreciate the compliments, I am buying that shit. You know that, right? I know what you're doing. that ain't like some shit that I'm fucking falling for. But I do appreciate your insight into things, given that. And so, what are your thoughts about the current? First of all, I don't know if you actually even live in London. You probably don't. So, what are your thoughts on these current lockdown tier fucking 3, 4 bullshit? And what do you think? Because I have been watching this landscape, especially in the London sort of arena, and there are people who are perfectly law-abiding human beings who are the most upstanding, you know, citizens that can possibly be, and are now considered criminals under COVID regulations that have been arrested. Literally, Hatun was in handcuffs tonight. Do you see any future, consequences of these things that have happened in the last year?
No, not at all, not at all. The thing is you get first of all, you've got people that are beginning to buck against the COVID restrictions, and apparently the government were quite amicably surprised at how well people followed the rules initially at the start of lockdown. They were quite surprised, pleased and surprised that people did follow it. And after like almost a year of this, it's not surprising that you're beginning to get people that are beginning to slacken and stuff. I understand that during the Blitz, after a certain amount of time, people just got fed up with being bombed, and they just carried on pretty much as normal. I mean, they didn't sort of ignore bombs if they were blowing up in their streets, but they actually started to ignore some of the things that would actually save their lives during. And I think that's what's happening now. It's just people just get blasé, and they go, fuck it. If I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it. Right.
Okay.
I think the government is doing everything that it possibly can. And I think that if you look at Germany, if you look at Sweden, if you look at everybody else, different countries have tried all sorts of different things, and we're all in the same boat. We're all ending up the same way. I admired Sweden because Sweden actually said, you are adults. We're not going to have a lockdown. We're going to carry on as usual. And they are in deep shit at the moment. This is the country with perfect health service. You get like a private health service if you go into a hospital in Sweden, but not at the moment. They're absolutely swamped. Right. Now, I admired Sweden, but it seems they've made the wrong choice. Germany was on top of everything from the get-go. They are in desperate trouble at the moment, it seems. And just about every country across Europe, and don't even go there with America, because they don't have healthcare. Right, you were given £1,200.
They don't have state-owned healthcare.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. They don't have universal healthcare. But anyway, sorry, Ned. You were saying you were given £12.
You were given $1,200 about 7 or 8 months ago. To pay for sort of necessities should you get COVID. And of course, that covers about 2 visits to the doctors, in America, right? Yeah. It's a pitiful amount of money. It's not. So there are people that are dying that have not had any treatment at all. They've got they're getting the same quality of treatment that you would get in a developing nation. None. Right? If you're poor, you get nothing. Right, and you're out of work, you get nothing.
The thing is, and forget about the United States. United States aside, the European nations. You were saying just now, Sweden is now feeling the ramifications of their strategy, and it appears that their strategy was wrong by not having the lockdown and keeping everything going. But yet, at the same time, Germany, France, and other European nations who did have lockdowns, were much more restrictive and much more authoritarian, and Britain too, are still suffering the same amount of issues, the same issues that Sweden is. So Sweden's strategy of not locking down the country and destroying their economy
yeah,
yielded the same results of COVID cases as Germany and France and Britain, who did lock down and destroyed their
Yes.
economy and still have the virus. So they gained nothing, whilst at least Sweden didn't destroy its economy.
Well, yes, and your children and your children's children will probably be paying for this
Exactly.
pandemic.
But what I'm saying is, at least Sweden gained an economy, or at least kept their economy relatively stable, and is suffering from the COVID, whilst these other countries, with their lockdown measures, gained nothing from the COVID. The COVID is still rampant, is still doing its thing, and yet they have an economy that is now going to be devastated and potentially in not only a recession but a depression.
For
the best part of the next 10 years. I would say it will take at least 10 years for Britain to recover from this. Right now, we haven't actually seen the real impact of this COVID, the impact of the COVID on the economy, because the economy is on life support with this furlough shit. It is artificially supported. Those people who are currently on furlough are going to be jobless come April. They will then be officially unemployed, and then you will see the unemployment numbers suddenly shoot straight through the roof, because right now these people who are not considered unemployed is because they're on furlough, even though under normal circumstances they'd probably be unemployed. So this is an artificial figures of unemployment.
Well, they're talking about figures of like 10 to 15%. And that's going to get, I mean, that will get really, really nasty. I mean, that's when it could get really, really nasty, when you've got a lot of people out of work. That's when it becomes dangerous.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying.
And especially that the thing is that we're not a homogenous society. We're a very, very ill at ease, disjointed sort of society. And what you might start finding is that people start saying, well, the reason I'm suffering is because that guy's got privileges that I don't have. The reason I'm sort of can't get this job is because I'm barred from this job because of who I am, whereas he gets preference, or he gets preference to this council house, or he get once the rubber hits the road and it starts getting real like that's when you actually start getting people turning to the people with the easy answers, the dangerous people,
exactly.
the extremes.
Yeah, the populace who will then point the fingers at, oh, it's these immigrants, or it's these blacks, or it's these whites, or whatever. I mean, by the way, the racial thing will come from both sides. The Black Lives Matter types and the social justice will say it's, all the white people.
We're being victimized. Yeah. And the white people will say that as well.
Exactly. And then you'll have from the Colette side and the Ralph side of things saying, look at all this white racism against white people in Britain, why white people are being discriminated, and everybody will consider themselves victims. I mean, already this happened already. I mean, before any of this COVID shit, that narrative was being played. The black people were forever victims of slavery or white privilege or whatever. That narrative was already in play before COVID. That's not new. And the narrative of white people being held back, and in fact the records show that white working class kids are the failing children in most
school, in education.
In education. So that's going to then come in even stronger from the Colette and those kind of ilk, where they're going to go, look, the reason you don't have a job is because this government is giving the jobs to all these immigrants and these foreigners. Where is this going to end? I think it's going to end in some serious violence in the streets. I'll be honest. I won't be because they say devil makes work for idle hands. Now you're going to have millions of people unemployed who are going to be sitting on the internet, who's going to be listening to these narratives from the black sides, from the white side, from all different sides, whichever demographic, whichever sort of ethnicity and grouping you're going to fall into. You're going to hear it from your particular side. Except
you're within the next year, you're going to see a massive clampdown on YouTube. You must have noticed it on YouTube already, but as you may already know, there's a new law, and it's sort of going through Parliament. You know, it has about 3 or 4
Priti
readings
Patel
before
is
it goes.
trying to put into a law about
The Internet
start.
Safety Bill.
Yeah, they're gonna start
Internet
to basically fine the directors of social media companies if they violate hate speech
up to
laws.
18 billion.
Up to 18
Up
billion pounds.
Yeah, and that's Britain, and Germany's got an identical law going through the statutes at the moment. What they do, I think, what they're doing is that they're sort of catching up with the internet. They've finally realised they probably knew earlier just what a potent tool it was, and I think that they're finally finding instruments to actually sort of tame it.
Well, they're
gonna
kill. Basically, they want to kill the internet. They want to kill free speech on the internet. Is what you're saying?
Well, yes, yeah. Well, yes, no.
This isn't a good thing for the internet. But of course, the thing is, these people are idiots as always, because they think that somehow putting this kind of thing on the internet. Yeah, sure. The norm. You see, this is all about the normies. This isn't about the people who are internet savvy. They can stifle or they can kill off YouTube, and YouTube is more than happy to become censorious anyway, because they want to get rid of YouTubers. They want to just have media companies on
just
on
a
YouTube.
moment, may I interfere for a moment? I mean, because most people think that Google, YouTube, Twitter, and all those places that most people think that this is the entire internet. Nonsense. It's bigger than that, much bigger than that.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that they can kill off these platforms where the normies rely on, but those, and especially those who are into conspiracy theories and are more in the Alex Jones camps, they're not going to be on these platforms anyway. They're not going to give a shit about getting their information from YouTube. They're going to go to the Alex Jones site. They're going to go to other companies' sites who are not located in Britain, who don't abide by the British standards, unless Britain starts to become like China and starts filtering out all the different sites and starts basically censoring the internet, which I wouldn't put it past the British government, to be honest with you. They're fucking awful as it is. But if they go down that road, then we'll see the British governments for exactly what they are, and we'll then put it to the people at the next election whether they want this sort of politics, whether they want these sort of MPs putting these laws out. But then, as long as we're a democracy, we might have a say.
I mean, then BitChute can emigrate from Britain with its headquarters somewhere else, or establish a new social platform in some other country beyond the reach.
Well, the thing is, BitChute's already done that.
The British government.
Yeah, but the British.
The thing is you two are both sort of tech savvy, and I'm wondering whether young people are sort of as tech savvy. They may be as tech savvy as you, but you see,
people that will be. Trust me.
Once you cut out YouTube and stuff, I don't know where else to go. I don't, and you sort of say Discord and all that. I don't trust Discord. I don't trust.
You don't trust it in what sense?
Telegram. Sorry.
Yeah, in what sense you don't trust it though?
I don't know where it's operating from. I don't know what it's doing with my data. I don't know whether it's actually putting Trojans into my computer. So I've been asked a couple of times to go on other people's Discords. I don't touch it. I won't go anywhere near them because I can never trust them.
Well, I will say Discord. It's you. I mean, I thought you said you don't trust. You don't trust the people who run the platform, not the information.
Yeah,
on
the entire platform. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's entirely up to you. But the problem is, once people are squeezed out of YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, once it becomes so sanitized that it becomes like the BBC. So you got to realize the reason places like the BBC, ITV, they're dying, is not because their content is somehow suddenly changed. It's because the content that they provide is no longer what people want.
It's out of
People,
date.
yeah,
It's out of
they're
date.
behind from what the content people want. People want Alex Jones. People want conspiracies and radical things and things that and people who tell them, f the government. Don't listen to the government. So they are going to go out and seek once the net starts to close in on YouTube and these other platforms. Then people will simply venture off. Now they may stumble across Twitter, Discord or Telegram or VK or whatever they might stumble across, but they certainly will seek this information out because the one thing that that uh, I thought the normies will never leave YouTube and Twitter and all these places because they're normies. They're going to stay where they're happy. But actually, I've found that once you give someone, the normies, the people, a taste a taste of what is out there, they become hungry for it. And then they want more of it. Once they've been introduced to it, you can no longer put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can no
Good
longer.
evening.
Hey, how's it going,
Good.
Arando? Just give me 1 second. So I think that the normies that we used to think as normies, who didn't know about internet and all these different ideas and different things, are no longer going to be satisfied to go back into their little pigeonholes. You can't put they say you literally can't put the cat is out of the bag. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube anymore.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I doubt it. I hope you're right. I genuinely do, but I doubt it. I really don't. You're saying it from the point of view. Sorry, go on.
Let me tell you a story then that my parents and my neighbors and whoever, whenever I travel through the country they live in, have told me. There was no internet in the 80s, in the 70s and 60s, but there were, I mean, there were spectacles and shows in the theaters and other places. And let me tell you something. Everybody got the jokes, but the government. You know why? Because there was censorship, of course, but the public knew that they were mocking the communist government then, just not directly, and the censors could not grasp on it and could not identify it. What I want to say is that people will find another ways to spread the message, even even on platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and others. They're just not, of course, that direct. That's why they're going to be so boring. But they cannot censor the entire internet. That's just impossible. It's technically out of any government's reach. If that would
Exactly.
be, why do you think that even the American Senate was pissed off that they could not tax or have control on Bitcoin or whatever not so long ago?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is what I'm saying.
Market.
There's merging technologies. Like MC, you were saying BitChute will place itself elsewhere. BitChute is already in other. BitChute is a blockchain system. BitChute doesn't exist in one place. It's not centralized. So unlike YouTube, that is a centralized service, this is both the great thing and the problem with BitChute, is because BitChute is a distributed system. It has problems. That's why it's slow when it comes to loading videos and stuff. That's why it's got all these other issues with it. That's why it can't do streaming very well, because it's not centralized. But at the same time, because it's not centralized, you can't censor it the way you can with YouTube. You can attack YouTube and say,
what about China?
They're
Is
working
China...
on it. But what another interesting platform emerging right now, and it's getting huge over the last month, is Odyssey and Library. I don't know if you know about these platforms.
I know Library, but
Yeah,
I don't know
a long
about
time
it.
ago.
Yeah. They're huge. They're increasing everywhere here in Germany, especially, and they have a better search algorithm than BitChute, for example. But the guys on BitChute are already saying, yeah, there will be a lot of new technical advancement being made over the next months. It seems like they have now the money together and the manpower behind it to make the platform better, and they will provide streaming over the next months. That would lead, in my opinion, to a huge traction.
Yeah. BitChute,
Yeah,
that'll be a
so
game changer for BitChute. If BitChute can bring in live streaming, because right now most of the people who are who've been ousted, like what's his name? Oh damn it, Iconoclast, for example. He's been ousted from all the regular platforms now. He's just purely on alternative platforms, which is like BitChute, D Live. But the thing is, if you want to be like on BitChute, you can upload your static videos on BitChute, but you have to
yeah,
go to D Live to do your
and then yeah,
to do your live streaming. So your
yeah,
subscribers literally have to be so devoted to you that they have to subscribe to two different platforms just to get your content. And that's
yes.
way too much of an ask for your average guy. For fuck's sake, I can't get an average person to click on a subscribe button on fucking YouTube. You have to be a major Uber fan of someone to go and subscribe to them on D Live for their live feeds, and then as on BitChute for their static videos. It's
Well, I
crazy.
see that as a learning curve also. You had this phenomenon back in the old days of the internet. Everyone has their website, and different people that were using the internet were willing to go to different websites and so on.
Mm.
But then the monopoles came up, like YouTube, Facebook, and so on, and they didn't have to. So what I'm seeing right now is a learning process of this old school switching platform coming again. It's a learning curve for the users, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
Is it safe? Is it safe?
what do you mean
What do you
safe?
mean
In
with
what sense?
safe?
Is it? Can I use it without it putting Trojans on my system? Can I use it without somebody somewhere robbing all my bank account details? I mean, is it safe?
But you don't. I mean, do you have your bank account details with YouTube?
Yeah.
No, but I thought that there was a way that if you went onto some sites and you clicked on something, then it could actually access your computer. You could put a Trojan in. It could actually start finding all the hidden goodies you've got on your computer. I thought that
Well,
was a thing.
yes. I mean, there are companies who can absolutely, if you not necessarily even click on their website, but if you download a particular app that they want you to download, yes, there are companies who can do that. Anyone can do that. If you download an app from a company, absolutely, there could be all sorts of shit in that app.
That's always a danger, but also with the major platforms, this is happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, Facebook. How about all that analytics? Cambridge Analytics issue with Facebook. Facebook is just as vulnerable and
Yeah.
actually just as, I would say, underhanded and corrupt as any other platform is. I don't trust my stuff on Facebook. That's why I haven't uploaded to Facebook in like I think 5 years or more.
Speaking about hacking, have you noticed the biggest hack attack in U.S. history lately?
Are you talking about the SolarWinds hack?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I know about
Yeah.
that. Not only SolarWinds hack, actually, there's another company called FireEye. Now, FireEye are actually a ethical hacker company. They're called a penetration testing company. They hack your system to tell you that you hire them. Effectively, you hire them, and they hack your system, and then they tell you your vulnerabilities and where you're vulnerable and where you should be patching it up.
Mm.
Now, they were hacked. They themselves were hacked. The hacker company was hacked,
Wow.
and their tools that they use to to pen test various companies, their tools were stolen. So the hackers, they have a set
Oh,
of
bloody
scripts.
hell.
They have like a whole bunch of different scripts and tools that they use to hack the company that they've been hired to hack. Their tools were stolen, and so those tools are now in the wild, and potentially, anyone could use it to hack.
That's probably that's a nation state, though, isn't it? I mean, that's got to be a
It can
country,
be,
isn't
or
it?
it can be a team. I mean, it all depends. But SolarWinds, SolarWinds is ran on like NSA computers and NSA
Yeah,
frameworks.
the Fortune 500 biggest
Yes.
companies, I think over 300 of them were hacked
Yeah.
because they were using the same system.
Yeah.
And so does the Dominion voting system they use in the American election. So this
Wow.
is huge, right? This
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
huge.
That, I mean, we're talking
And still
government.
no one is investigating the Dominion voting system, right?
Well, yeah,
No one.
that's all been brushed under the carpet. But the thing is, I'm
Yeah.
not worried about that. But the SolarWinds hack is a major. I mean, I don't know if Ned or MC, you guys, it's IT sort of people know geeks. We know about SolarWinds. So I've used SolarWinds. My old company used it. It's a monitoring system. It's a system that you install to actually monitor all your servers. This SolarWinds effectively has access to everything in your company. Every piece of computer equipment in your company is monitored and checked by SolarWinds. SolarWinds
It's
is
like your
supposed.
antivirus software, is it?
No,
Is
no,
that?
no, no. It's a monitoring system. It's a system. You basically look. I mean, there's loads of them. There's Nagios, Zabbix. There's a whole array of different monitoring systems. I create a server and I put SolarWinds on it, and SolarWinds, and then I put I put all the IP addresses, all the MAC addresses, everything on my system into SolarWinds. So SolarWinds knows all the servers I have, all the desktop computers I have, all the laptop computers I have, everything in my system, and then from SolarWinds I can then get analytics. Are all my machines working fine? If I want to push certain applications, I can do it either through object group policies from Active Directory, or I can do it even through SolarWinds. There are certain apps I can have people.
So it's like a hub.
It's a
It's like
hub,
a
exactly. It's a centralized location for administrators to be able to monitor and observe everything, every piece of hard equipment that is in their company. And so it has access effectively to everything. So when that company gets hacked, that means that company that monitors and runs your whole system, that has visibility over your entire company's IT infrastructure, was hacked. So, you're fucked. You're fucked on so many levels, because that is the one piece of software that you depend on and you rely on to have visibility to everything. You can't block it not seeing something. Its entire purpose is to see everything. So that means your entire company is vulnerable to. And again, what Erendor said, we're talking NSA. We're talking British Defence. I don't know if British Defence actually system uses it, but we're talking, Fortune
Oh, they probably
500
use
companies.
Windows 95.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what I mean is, SolarWinds is, if not the biggest, one of the biggest companies for monitoring software. As I myself have both used SolarWinds. I've installed Nagios servers as well, and there's a slew of other companies as well that do it. But this was the biggest. That's why it is a serious breach. And this is what I'm saying. These things, these things are real. These happen all the time. Now the SolarWinds thing is, those who hacked it have access or have visibility and could have seen and monitored and downloaded a ton of shit from so many different companies. And also this FireEye thing is another group who has fucking hacker tools that were developed by a company. I mean, NSA, by the way, has the same sort of tools as well. They create tools to hack and monitor, computers that they want to that is of interest to them. And even the NSA guys were sort of laughing about how they've got tools which no one has, and potentially these FireEye guys would have the same sort of thing. They would have
Well,
tools
that's what
that
happened
no one else
with
has.
Apple, wasn't it? That one of the, like New York City Police wanted to access a phone of a drug dealer, and they went to court, and Apple said wouldn't give up the codes so that they could access the phone. And then suddenly they dropped the case, and somehow they got all the information from it, and they reckon that the NSA sort of Somebody took the phone to the NSA, and the NSA sort of opened the phone for them.
We've got our SolarWinds expert right here.
Before we go into this, Banksy, can I quickly make a screen share?
Please, thank you, tech support. So,
No, that's got to be a Russian accent.
That's the Indian spy.
All your data is in Delhi.
The Indian spy infiltrating our governments and security system and the economy, right, to give it to India, right?
Yes.
This is the guy.
He's been infiltrating
and his
all the
biggest shield is that he's on our side, that he's an English patriot. That is his shield.
If you really wanted to, would it be possible to completely fuck up the entire system? I mean, if you set a mind to it, it's like China. If they set a mind to it, would it be possible to completely blank out the internet?
No, the way you do it is you can't blank it out, but the way the internet is distributed topologically, you can take out increasing percentages of it if you hit what's called the tier 1 node centers. So X% of the traffic is going through certain data centers and buildings. So if you took them out physically and you blew them up, then you start segregating the internet like brain damage. Large pieces of it won't be able to speak to each other. So you get the split brain problem. So you can keep degrading it. The only way to take the whole thing out is you take it all out, in which case you take everything else out, right? So the electromagnetic pulse will fry the circuitry, but you've also lost your cash point, ATMs, fucking mobile phones. You've lost all of them. So there's two kind of approaches, yeah.
But what about software? You couldn't do it with software. There's no way that you could actually do it.
No, you can't, because the protocols, the way the language they speak are open. They're designed to be open and secure. So anyone can connect to the internet, otherwise you'd be useless. So anyone can send it to anyone else a TCP/IP packet, right, Banksy? Doesn't mean you do anything with it, right? Yeah. It's just like you might just ignore it, right? But I heard SolarWinds. That's why I jumped on. I thought SolarWinds, right? It's my new employer. I was like, hey, this is phase. I'm in phase 14 now, guys.
Yeah, but also, have you also heard about the FireEye?
So this is what it was all about. Well, this is where it was all leading. You're behind the SolarWinds.
It was always for the tech support and donations. Please donate to tech support. We have COVID-23 cure. We have vaccine. Anyway, how's it going?
It's all good. It's all good. I mean,
fucking long day in the office.
The thing with the SolarWinds thing.
Some idiot let them hack into the fucking network management layer. That means they basically packet sniff everything, right? That's what happened, right? They just packet sniff the fucking whole traffic because they were installed with network root privileges, right?
Could they
SolarWinds thing, that alone, right? Forget about all the things that they have the court trials. And the what is it called? The people that were making, I forgot about it. But all the other evidence of the voter fraud, right? Forget about all of this. This alone, this whole hacking thing, right? And that the Dominion was working under this system. That alone should be investigating the servers of the Dominion voting system. That alone, right?
The service, the actual audit trail has already been physically the pieces. When you go for hack, right? You have a hack, like you guys are hackers, right? When you go for hack, you go in and then you go out, right? So you learn how to penetrate the system. You have to penetrate the system, but then you have to cover your trail on the way back out.
Yeah.
Because they're going to find you, and then you're shit. So what's happened? Whatever the Dominion hack was, or the cover the trail, those Chinese guys, those servers, they're fucking gone, man. They're like toast. Yeah. You're never finding that data again. You're never going to find the evidence of the hack. Yeah, the hack was wiped out, right?
Yeah, Banksy, the screen shares are here because I listened to Ned before I was jumping on, and I want to correct him. So can you see that? These are the death rates per 100,000 in Sweden.
Yeah.
So from 2010 to 2020 until November this year. And do you see any increase because based on COVID-19?
It seems to be fairly level, doesn't it?
Yeah. So all this stuff is a hoax, basically. It is, yes, COVID exists, but it's not worse than a normal flu season. Okay, and the flu is basically being replaced by COVID. That's what we find out here.
Well, that's
And this is Germany here from 2016 to 2020.
Big up Johnson,
and you see the same thing, right? You see the same thing. And this is official data here. So don't focus so much on the infection rates and everything like this. Even the death that they say are COVID deaths, right? You have to differentiate between with COVID and on COVID, right? Look at the total death numbers at the end of the year. This is what's important. And then you will find out that we are being fooled here. That is just what I wanted to show here.
So why are we selling the farm?
There's only one problem with that analysis, though, right? That is the as-if scenario executed. So this is what happened after we spent 1 year wearing masks and isolating.
Yeah.
So the question asked is, what would that curve look like if we had not done that?
Yeah, that is what they use as an excuse. If we wouldn't have done that lockdown thing, the numbers would be this. But I showed Sweden, and Sweden only over the past 2 weeks, I think, going into somewhat of a lockdown. But when you look at the numbers, compared to Austria, they have almost the same population as Austria. I think Austria has like 8.5 million population, and Sweden like 10 million or something.
But my friend, I look at these two narratives. One is a health narrative with no politics, and then there's another one. It's a political narrative riding the health COVID narrative. I separate the two layers. The COVID narrative, I mean, don't take this wrong. I love you guys to pieces, but you're just faces on the internet. I speak to my niece, my favorite niece, who is a fucking doctor, right? And she showed me very quickly, oh yeah, but this is what happens if you leave it unconstrained. And then she showed me things like local flare-up battles in Cardiff, in Manchester. Every time people fucked about, the spike rate just spiked the fuck up. So if the argument is just the health argument or politics, hey, we should just all go free, let's go party in a COVID ward, most of the doctors would tell you not to do that. Now, maybe they're all lying, maybe there's a political narrative. On the political layer, is COVID being used to fuck with us? Hell yeah, man. You know it is.
But this is the thing.
But it's
what I want to make sure is I've watched that in July, the numbers in Sweden where they hadn't had lockdowns, and the numbers compared to Austria was like 5 times as high. I think it was 5 times. Now it's under 2 times. So that is what, in my prediction, it's herd immunity. What is being shown there? The lockdown is only effective, so basically for a short period of time, then people get in contact with each other again, and then you have the same process that Sweden was going through months before.
Yeah, but you know what? If you just go to Google, my friend, look here, there's two or three problems going on here. One is a mathematics problem, and the other is a stochastic analysis problem. It's in the markets we call one a what if analysis. You're saying, what if I did this? What if I did that? What if I did this? And then you've got the what actually happened. So you just look, if you just go to Google for COVID-19, Banksy, so you just get the basic Google aggregated stats, and you just look at the last year, you're coming to the end of the year, and you see wave 1, wave 2, then you see people disagreeing, and we know, my niece told me there could be up to 5 to 8 mutations before the world is fully vaccinated. So even after we kill the little thing, by the time everyone's vaccinated and safe again, it could go through 4, 5, 6 mutations, each getting more adapted than the last. We're just seeing the new mutation.
Yeah, in Britain they are reporting about this new mutation.
My problem with the argument would be because if the globalists are trying to fuck us, and they are, therefore we should not do the right health thing. It's not good logic to me.
Yeah, the logic behind the lockdowns were essentially, and that is what I'm criticizing, so you don't have enough beds for the very ill people to get some oxygen or something like that. But they haven't invested in most countries to largen that number of these beds. Instead, they were shutting down the economy. And that was the most stupid thing, right? And they haven't provided, for example, here in Germany, with the real vulnerable people, the older ones, with proper masks like this
No,
FFP2
but I
mask.
agree with you. If you look at it, you say the
They
government
have
is so
shut
prepared.
down the economy on purpose. They want to kill off the small businesses so the corporations can have the monopoly in many ways.
Yeah, and you see, there's all these political narratives, political objectives, all of that, but they're sitting over a scientific health layer. And at the health layer, all the doctors are saying, hey, let's be simple in English. This thing is asymptomatic, highly contagious, and we don't know how to kill it. Let's not like fucking spread it. That seems to be like sound medical advice. Until we know how to kill it. Then we can just go on a fuck frenzy, whatever you want to do.
Ralph,
Right now, we can't kill it, right?
Yeah, but
Ralph, and in my, in my country, they have introduced restrictions and quarantine measures, not to mention the preparation for lockdown. Like,
Yeah, I mean, Germany's going to be in Germany. One thing with the Germans is they don't fuck about, right? They don't, they're not
yeah,
going to do stupid
okay,
things, yeah?
okay. Let me
They're
just
going
hold
nuts.
on,
They have,
guys.
you know,
Let me just
a
get this
funny
out.
story,
Hold
right?
on. Let me just
They
get
have
this out.
no,
Let me just get
they
this
have
out
no,
before you get too far into your story. The thing is, Ralph, you said right now, yeah, Germany has had lockdowns, France has had lockdowns, Britain has had lockdowns. We actually had this conversation with Ned just earlier. Sweden didn't do the lockdown thing. Their
Yeah.
numbers are still pretty bad compared to on average on a scale with the rest of Europe. They're not any worse than other
But you know,
countries in
Banksy, the
Europe.
argument goes something like this. If I gave you a basket of 100 countries or 10 countries, let's just make it 10, 9 of them did the lockdown and it worked, one didn't and did work. Why the hell would I take the statistical chance of the 1 in 10?
Yeah, I know, but the
I
thing
must be
is,
crazy. I take the statistical chance of all the guys who did that.
no,
Wouldn't you?
no, it's not that. It's the fact that the one country that didn't do the lockdown is still
Yeah.
it still didn't work for them in the sense that they still have high numbers of COVID, but all the other countries that did do lockdowns are still in the same shit as that one country that didn't, but at least they managed to save some of their
Yeah,
economy.
so if Sweden is the
whilst
exception to rule, Banksy, we'd have to understand the exception. But given it's a global health crisis, like people die every day, they actually physically die, for example, and you're getting closer and closer to hearing about stories in your graph. I'm sure in your connect, but you know someone who knows someone who's died already, right? Right. So
I
the
lost two
death
of
thing
my
is 2 to
great
3 hops
aunties.
away. Why, if your job as the government or the chief medical health officer is to ensure people in your nation don't die because it's on your watch,
Yeah,
I mean, you might
well,
be doing
I
the
the
agree
other
with you.
thing
but
I
is,
still.
agree with you,
You've got
Ned.
John Hopkins. I've posted a link in the site. How do you get that up?
Okay, hold on.
It's actually got a map of the world, and it's. I don't know I don't know how you post that up.
Let me.
you
I'll.
I
can
feel like I'm
screen share.
talking. I feel like I'm
The other thing we have to
No,
keep
But
in
I'm talking
mind
to
is,
people
for
who just say
example,
AIDS. People who
people
say
are
AIDS was
talking
not
about
real.
Africa, right, and the low death rates and infection rates there. I mean, people are so stupid, right? Just by normal thinking, you would know they are not testing as much. They are not having proper hospital systems to detect that virus, or most people don't even go to the hospitals. And even if someone dies out of COVID, they wouldn't report it as a COVID death most of the time. Another way is there are a younger generation, warmer climate, everything like this plays into role. And different countries measure these COVID deaths and so on completely different. So you can't compare them. In Europe, you have somewhat of the same degree of them testing for COVID and everything like this. So it's comparable. And that is why I bring up Sweden.
This is what
Sweden is even better off when it comes to death than Britain.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say.
Per 100,000.
I should understand the argument. If the argument is, look, if the argument is, here we are in time T, we can look at the deaths as a historical data, numbers behind us, and we know this thing is wandering around. It's contagious. It's asymptomatic, highly infectious. The epidemiological thing is stop the contagion. Now, maybe it's not efficient. Maybe it would be better. The relative contagion could have been better if we didn't have a lockdown. But the name of the game is stop the contagion, right? So what is the contagion? It's the
I
spread.
agree with you. I have no
Now,
problem
this
with
fucker
your...
is mutating.
Yeah, the
It's
thing
worse
is,
than that.
Ralph,
You're
I
chasing
have
a
no
moving
problem
target,
with what
right?
you're saying about the virus and its and we have to stop it and we have to somehow get a control of it. But what I'm trying to say is that it seems the strategies that were employed by different countries, and Sweden in particular, is that none of the countries that had the lockdowns managed to get any kind of realistic control over this virus. and neither
But
did
this is
Sweden.
but how do you
But
know this?
Sweden
But this is
saved.
speculation because. But you see, in maths, this would be speculation against somewhere where you say, if in the same situation I hadn't done it.
Yeah, but
So
what
if
I'm
they
saying
give
is,
their best effort and their best effort was shit,
yeah,
right? Let's say
but
the
I'm
UK
pointing.
government was shit at it.
No, but the
But
thing
how would
is,
we know how many would have died if we'd done nothing?
well, exactly,
How would
because
you do that?
we're pointing to Sweden and saying,
But
look,
Sweden's an exception.
but is
It's
it
not,
really?
it's not the norm.
But the thing is,
Well, I mean,
nobody else did
mathematically,
what
it's an
Sweden
exception.
did. Everybody else
Ralph,
followed.
let me tell you something, Ralph. We didn't have one case, and we still have introduced the lockdown measures. We hadn't even one case, and we still are on the levels of Germany, Britain, or whatever country that
But
haven't got.
I think you misunderstand my argument. My argument is not a health. My argument is my position is don't take the argument based on health. Take the argument based on politics, and you're winning. If you take the argument based on health, you've got solid health arguments against you, including, let's call it what it is, 80% plus easily of the entire scientific community. Now, including my family members who would not lie to me about something like that.
Yeah,
And they say, no, it's crazy to not follow the rules.
No,
But by whom the scientists have been paid to make that research? I mean,
my family and scientists have not been paid off by anyone.
no, but Ralph,
The actual proper,
I have no problems in believing the severity of the disease. That's not my argument. My argument is that when it came to the economics of those nations, these other nations who did their lockdowns, they not only destroyed their economics, they never gained anything from the virus side
they're
either.
playing political games, Banksy. Here's what I agree with you all. The globalists are playing political games and they're using COVID as part of the Great Reset agenda. Absolutely. But the resistance to it is an argument rooted in health, then your argument is not going anywhere strategically because you're going to meet strong opposition from medical doctors.
Yeah.
And therefore, you're getting the political arguments being hijacked by the medical. I just say, no, you're using COVID to fuck with us. But yeah, we should follow the medical advice. There's no medical argumentation.
Exactly.
I think that's a dead end. So you go, no, we know you're using this medical problem as a political
exactly
problem.
If you look at the data, I've put a link in from Johns Hopkins University of Medicine, and it's really interesting. If you look at the link of that, it's got the breakdown of the global cases and also the global deaths, and Sweden is way down. Now I know that it's got a much smaller population, and I know that its population density very sparsely populated.
Very sparse in Sweden.
Yeah, so I suppose it is asymptomatic as a sort of.
It's not the norm of the data. It's the edge case of the data. So it's obviously going to be heavily underrated because it's an edge case. Because Sweden's sparse, 10,000.
Like Canada, a bit like Canada.
Yeah,
Canada
it's a bit
hardly
like
have
Canada.
any cases at all because everybody is like 5 miles away from everybody
That
else.
just makes common sense. It's saying you're not as tightly packed as everyone else. It just makes normal logical sense, right? If you've got something that's spreadable and you're not near people, it won't spread as much, right? Simple logic, right?
And if you look at the map, you see it on the map because the east coast of America, of the United States, is densely populated, and it's just like a large red blob.
Yeah, and I know the Southwest Basin, Texas, Arizona, where you look at that, is very sparse. I know the US backwards, and so is the North.
Hardly any cases. If you look at the map, it's not.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, actually,
so
Dallas is
then when you see a lot of people, like you see the whole speaker's corner, the haiku on a bicycle, everyone going, we are the 99% who won't consent. Yes, politically, but no medically. Medically, you sound like a fucking idiot.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. No, look, a lot of the people that are catching the disease are over 80. A lot of people that children seem to be completely immune to the disease, unless you've got a pre-existing condition like diabetes, right, or cystic fibrosis or something like that. But I understand that people under 40, you stand very, very little chance of anything but as like being asymptomatic. It's my
but the problem is you can't segregate the people based on age. That'd be foolish if I say, hey, put all the 40 and 50-year-olds in that place and the 80-year-olds in that pen. But you can't. We're all mixed up by age. So age, the fact that the data shows you it's age variant makes no difference to the contagion unless you segregated the populations by age, which you can't.
But wasn't that a proposal at one point that they were actually saying,
they were considering
just lock away the old people, you know?
And I said kids. But it seems irrelevant because the contagion already running and it's running amok. And we know it will kill it. It won't kill us. We'll kill it. But until then, I would say it does the movement for whatever side you come, left, right, or center, consider the populist position, i.e. anti-global authoritarianism. So if you come from the left, middle, or right, I think it does the political position a disservice to pretend you're an amateur fucking armchair epidemiologist.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
come on.
call me
We're all armchair
a
EPs.
cunt
Come on,
if
come
you
on.
like. Call me
That's
a
why
cunt,
we're here.
but,
That's why
you
we're
know,
here. Right.
but, everyone can cite any stuff they want.
Sorry,
I mean,
Ned.
dude,
Do you want me to keep sharing the screen, or are you done with what?
Oh
you
no,
wanted
no,
to
no!
share?
I'm good now.
Okay.
I've got that off my chest. I'm good.
No
Thank you.
worries,
Sorry.
no worries. No, it's good. I'm just putting the screen.
Another thing, based on that age
oh,
thing, right?
IC3, I
Is
haven't had IC3 since
Yeah,
he's not been.
hello,
Have you
Mr.
well?
IC3. I do apologize.
Have you been
It's taken
well?
us a while.
Yeah.
greetings.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
What's up,
Are you
Dan?
well? Are you well?
I think right now also the conversation and the focus must change. Now we have to deal with the whole vaccination thing, right? And it is the same argument. No, children shouldn't get vaccinated because the death rate is almost zero, right? Even based on their statistics. So no child should be vaccinated. No one really that is willing to take the risk of getting COVID-19, right, should be taking that vaccination. It should be mainly the older people taking this because they are this vulnerable group. Because I still don't understand why they're saying you can still be a spreader even if you are vaccinated, right? So and also they don't know if you're immune or not. If you already have been,
am I muted in your chat? Can you check back?
No, you're not. You're not muted.
No,
You're
not muted.
Sorry,
Not muted.
yeah, man. The vaccination is the next point of resistance. We're going to war against the globalists. You've seen the people running up. You've seen the little scenes in the last month or so. Newcastle here, Manchester, lots of people running around screaming at the police, and then you see the police escalate a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Speaker's corner was escalated slightly. Right, going like, "No, you're fucking going home, boys and girls."
Yes.
And they all went home.
Sorry, I don't.
Yeah,
Guys,
and with the vaccination
Exercising
comes
command.
comes
guys, I
also
don't see-
more government, and I think that is what we should also focus on, because this is how the communists always planned this thing, right? You need to be they are taking socialism as mechanism to install communism. That means more government involvement in all sorts of things. That is why, for example, even breaking up the normal family, right? Now people are dependent on the state and state care systems for the parents putting their children, especially single mothers. They're dependent on putting their children into care homes from government, right? That means more government. Everything means more government is playing into the hands of the communists, right? And the same thing you will find out with the vaccination. The vaccination goes hand in hand with something like a passport, right? You have to need you need a passport to travel now. They are already discussing this in Germany. And therefore you need more people to control this. You need more police to make sure that you wear the mask and everything like this. So that is why we should fundamentally be against it. They have always used this.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It appears that they're trying to make democracy old hat. And it's best to have a world controlled by experts in each field. And so rather than waste time with the democratic process and all the systems, and it's better just to have the experts and to get people to get into get comfortable with just the voice of the expert on everything rather than the democratic process. So it's the democracy versus the experts.
Democracy is broken versus a technocracy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but they are already
Banksy, did you
relying.
see my comment, Banksy, in the chat? Banksy trying to fix
I
my
don't
comment.
know which
He's
comment.
got a picture of his granny on the main screen. The
Oh,
people,
shit,
the people
sorry.
in chat, people on the world is looking at pictures of Banksy's granny. I think actually.
No, it's not. It's not
And,
my granny. It's someone
and a
else's
couple
mum.
of gentlemen from Pornhub. Is it Banksy Grinder?
Actually, it's Waleed, his sister, and his mum, and PewDiePie. I didn't realize this image was being shown to everyone.
And they are on your pics because
Well, they're just a collection of pictures that I use as avatars on various different things. Shit, I didn't realize this was actually being broadcasted.
The thing with the experts is the same thing.
is
You
today
don't
the
have-
day you coming out of the closet? Is it?
That's what it is, man.
you don't have free experts anymore. They are interlinked with the government, and they're also interlinked with the global multinational.
yes, of
corporations.
course.
So they are using the experts already to make their case. That is what I mean. You can't trust these people.
Oh Christ! This thing.
You can't trust who? The experts.
Yeah, the experts. What they call experts, right? Because you have many other experts who are speaking out against the shit they are saying is true.
It depends how much you pay your experts when they are on.
Yeah,
exactly. To finance the experts.
Try to get a degree.
You pay for
try to
shit.
get a
You
job.
pay for shit. You're gonna get shit, right?
Yeah, try to get a job if you are a so-called climate change denier. Try that. Anywhere. Try to get fundings for this.
So here's the question. Here's the question. In the old democratic system, since it was the number of votes that directed the power, yes, you have to prove that more people were liked your ideas. That direct. You had the masses. You had the people on your side with democracy. If you're up against experts, what do you do? Does it now become raising just about money? You just got to aim at getting money in order.
And you know the other
how do you fight experts?
You know the other problem. These people, these crypto communists that call themselves socialists, or some even call themselves liberals, right? It's quite amazing to me. They are playing this game of pressure from the bottom up, from the elites, as well as from astroturf ground movement like Fridays for Future, like Extinction Rebellion, and those people. They are so. On the one hand, people see the experts as basically the elites, right, and the government speakers and so on.
Right.
And then they see what is going on the streets, and they think this is the public viewing some things on the street.
Right.
These people are the same people. They have the same fundings, the same NGOs behind them, right? So the people in the middle, who are the majority, they think they are the minority.
Yes,
this is the problem.
Right. Yes. So they're in between the two blades of the scissors.
Yeah, and that is why you see. Maybe I can play that video when you see Greta Thunberg speaking at the United Nations. The people she criticized, in the public minds, they are clapping for her. That is how you can explain that.
Right.
I mean, I think they're just clapping a young girl, and you know, it was all part of.
No,
it was all part. No, come on, no, let somebody else talk. No, let somebody else talk. Let somebody else talk. No, come on, let somebody else talk, Elron. It's not the Elron show. Let somebody else just have a comment in, okay? I've forgotten what my point is now. Somebody else got something to say.
You said something about what was it? The Europe.
It's probably just drivel. But the thing is that with Thunberg, when they were clapping her, I think they were just clapping because she was this girl that came over on on a yacht, and she was part of this Extinction Rebellion sort of wave of emotion, and a lot of people suddenly got behind it. This young girl, and it was like. like a Gandhi moment, you know, or Nelson Mandela moment. They suddenly had a Nelson Mandela or a Gandhi. She could have said anything at all, and they would have clapped. And it wasn't the content of her speech; it was her being there. This sort of sudden media sort of star in their
Sensation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think that they were clapping what she was saying. She could have said any shit, and they would have. Well, no, they could, and they would have just clapped it. You know, the moon's made of cheese. They would have clapped it. No,
we have another example of a little girl speaking there, a much more intelligent girl. I forgot her name, but she was criticizing the banking system. No one was clapping there. And she was never invited to any
media. Criticizing the banking system.
Yes, after the speech,
going a bit far there.
No one invited her anymore. I have to look up how this girl is being called. But she once spoke at the United Nations, and no one heard of her again.
Damn. Sorry,
she went too far. Banking.
Well, yeah, she was
because let's be realistic. Greta Thunberg is just put there in that place by those same people that have clapped her and that wanted to this theater of them being criticized and scorned by her. But how dare they? Oh, they dare put her in that place to give to give a theatrical show for us. At least because they think that all of us are like have the intelligence of a sheep, and that's all.
Maybe we do because nobody seems to have come up with a solution to counter the intelligentsia, the elites' intelligentsia. They're rolling forward with their agenda because they're smart and rich. But every system, there's always a counter. But what is that?
I'm wondering whether we're witnessing, with the rise of the women in the professions and in politics and in positions of power in the cathedral. Right. The thing is, you're seeing the dominance of women in many sort of professional fields. I wonder whether what we're witnessing is like a seismic shift in politics, in sort of thinking, in the whatever the window is, because women's sensibilities have made that shift. That we've shifted from a sort of male perspective to much more of a women's perspective. I understand that a lot of women are big into woke, and whereas men are less inclined to like or accept woke. And I wonder if what we're watching is this sort of drift to the left and the drift to environmentalism is in fact a manifestation of women getting power.
The driving forces of all the social justice environment were always men. It was created in Hollywood. All this social justice was promoted by men. Hollywood is dominated by men. Prince Charles, even in the 70s, I think, was pushing climate change already. So all of this comes from men. Women are just tools. Yes, they are more into this. I agree to this, right? More into social justice and treating everyone equal and everything like this. Yes, but they're just tools. The people who were pushing these things were men.
I suspect that you're correct.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If you look at Labour politics, it's very touchy-feely. A lot of Labour politics is very, very touchy-feely. I don't know whether it's the same.
Look at Labour. Look at Labour. The Labour Party, right, is the perfect example of crypto-communists. It has been the whole basis of Labour and what they believe in is based on the Fabian society. Almost all of them were men that have formed the society, right? And that dictates what they're thinking and their policies, their rhetoric, everything. Same thing with the Frankfurt School. These were all men. You had some feminists there, yes, of course, and some women there, yeah. But the driving forces were men.
What you've got to remember is that, like, what you might want to remember is that in Britain, our Labour Party owes more to Methodism than it does to Marxism. Our Labour Party didn't come out of sort of Marxist theory so much; it came out of Methodism. There was a Methodist churches in the factories, factory towns, and in the mines, and in where all the industry was taking place. They provided cooperative shops. They provided like rudimentary schools for workers, evening classes for workers so they could learn to read and write. They provided a whole background before the state started providing sort of healthcare and also education. The Methodist Church started to do that, was very big in this country, and the Labour Party came out of it. Was a male thing, I accept that, but it was actually like a non-conformist religious thing in this country. It had much less to do with Marxism as it does in like Germany and France, syndicalism in France, Marxism in Germany. I think it's much more rooted in non-conformism. But I do accept that it comes from men, that it is a male thing. That
So so do we conclude from by putting together what you've both said that it's going to take another man, some kind of man with to counter the flow of the direction?
Yeah, it is populism. The answer is populism. It is not ethno-nationalism. Unfortunately, I have to say, I came to that conclusion because people are so brainwashed. You can only win them over with populism, and you have to be very aware of the Overton window of how what people's interests are, which are very materialistic. Everything like this, you have to address that as an idealist. And the best way, I have to say, to address these topics is the strategy of WARF, of right reaction, and those people. I have to tell you, these are the only way you can win the populace over, and then slowly educate them in a deeper, with connections to the deep right, which we have in Germany already. We have a deep right.
Oh, so are you saying?
Yeah.
Well, are you saying that trying to create a new political party is the best way to educate people that may result?
For most European countries, yes. In America, no. You in America you have a two-party system. There's no way you can establish a third party. So in America, the way it is should be pressure groups from the alternative media and so on, which we are seeing today with America First, who are taking over the GOP. So in America, it's a different scenario, but it's the same mechanism. It's populism.
Okay.
It's interesting because
that's the only option.
That's the only option I see. Yes,
it's interesting.
It's anti-globalism
because of the backwash of COVID. We might be and the smashed up economy. We might be looking at 10-15% unemployment, maybe more. Large numbers of people unemployed, and that might lead to enormous political instability. And you may find that something arises out of that from the left or from the right. I don't think that people are losing faith, I think, in the centre. I think people are losing faith in the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. If they can't deliver when we hit this depression, this national depression, you know, the international world depression that we seem to be heading towards, the worst depression in 300 years. I think that when people have nothing, they have nothing to lose. And if people start getting desperate and they lose their, you know, they lose their jobs and they start losing other things, then that's when you start getting extreme parties. I mean, that's how you know the communist revolution started in 1917, and that sort of led also that, you know, that kind of instability led to the rise of Hitler. I don't know whether it's ever going to be as bad as that, but I mean the thing is that there is going to be instability coming up. There's going to be a bumpy ride.
But don't you
Yeah, and
think?
what they are already doing is making people dependent on the state. So when people lose their jobs, they will ask for more of a state, more social welfare and everything like this. So it would be suicidal, in my opinion, that a right-wing party, even though yes, normally more dependence on the state means socialism, which can lead to communism. But we are in a state where we stand in front of a social economical collapse, and no right-wing party should advocate for anything even slightly libertarian in this party. So
This idea
and
of collapse.
also I would say, if you want to destroy the system, you need a strong state to destroy all the connection, all the rot we see in every. The network is so deep within the education system, media, the NGOs, the contracts they have with the United Nations and other organizations. It's so deep that you need a strong state, and then slowly getting in more freedom of middle class and small owned businesses and everything like this, and also then establish the traditional family again, so the state can get even less and less. But first, to tackle these problems, I think you even the right wing needs to advocate for a strong state. It will not you when you have a, again, I repeat myself, if you have an economic collapse, people will ask naturally for more of a state and to ask for handouts and so on. Yeah, so
Strong state. So what do you think it is that makes a state strong? Is it the ideology that it's founded upon, and that it's the ideology that's being preached or marketed attracts a lot of people, or is it quantity or quality?
It's never one thing, is it? I mean, if you look at China, it's the force, it's the police state. I don't know whether the government of China are particularly popular, but they have the punch to actually control people, to keep people in place. In places like, in the West, it depends upon consensus. If that consensus breaks down, then the government can't govern. Am I making sense?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, it's many things.
It's not just one thing. It's if you're living in a police state, if they've got the power of the jackboot, as soon as the Tsar lost the power to actually control people lost their fear of revolting against it. You saw it in Iran as well with the Shah. As soon as people lost their fear of the Shah, he was out, even though he was probably one of the most powerful leaders in the world. Right? Once people lost their fear of him, they ousted him, and it's the same with Mussolini as well. They ousted him, but so
that sounds dreadful. So are you saying that in order to govern, fear and hate is
no in some in a police state, yes, but in a Western democracy it's about consensus. You need to take the people along with you. And that's one of the problems that you've seen in America, where there's this polarization. Half the country voted for Trump, half of the country, just over half the country, and you're talking about thousands of people in a country of 280 million, right? A very small number of people actually decided that Biden would become president. So you've now got a country which is split down the middle. I suppose it was split down the middle, 4 years ago when Trump was elected.
Exactly.
Yeah, everyone knows that even in China, that you are living under a totalitarian system. Everyone knew back in the Soviet Union that you are living in a totalitarian system, as well as in National Socialist Germany. Everyone knew about that. What we have here in the West is a government that is bringing material wealth, and that is so people are having high living standards, so they will not revolt. That is the first thing. And then you have, on the other side, you have a dumbing down of the population, and that is being done to people who's by the dumbing down effect, they think they are smart. That's the most problematic thing. They are thinking in terms of this is progress. They're progressing. They are now more educated than the people in the 1960s and so on. That is the sinister thing. It is I call it totalitarian, but it's more sophisticated than in the past.
It's all contradictory. I mean, it's all contradictory because fewer people got degrees in the 1960s. But the thing is that you get a degree in a lot of places in the West now, and it just gets you a job at Starbucks. You know, it's not almost a guarantee of a job for life. If you got a degree in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you were almost guaranteed a leg up in the game of life. You would, you were guaranteed a chance to actually advance above your fellows and sort of enjoy a middle class lifestyle. Now there's people that have gone to university and they're not getting a middle class lifestyle.
Yeah, I want to mention another thing here that I missed is the progression of that revolution. It's a revolution, a long-term revolution, what they are doing here in the West. And the only thing that can heal this and can counter this is being portrayed as actual that is people like Ralph and me. They are saying you're the establishment. They have managed to say that people who think like me or Ralph are the establishment. And they think that people like Greta Thunberg and the social justice warriors, these people are the dissidents. That is another crucial factor here.
And they're not. And that, yes, it's a sleight of hand because they're not. They really aren't. They are now the establishment. All of these people that are sort of saying that they are, that they're part of some progressive, they are very much, they have the levers of power and they guard it jealously. They usually are sort of middle class people that have gone to university. Some of them are sort of privately educated, come from affluent backgrounds, and they and they do give this image that they're sort of freedom fighters, that they're socialist progressives.
Yes.
Whereas I think that they actually despise sort of working people. They actually despise uneducated working people. They hate them.
Yep.
Whereas in the past, I think that if you'd actually looked at some of the big beasts of the Labour Party, they were very much, they'd come out of industry. They'd had dirt under their fingernails. They had been working people. You don't see many. There's not many people in the Labour Party that are working people these days. They've completely divorced themselves from working.
What do you think of this? I don't know how to put this. Okay, so most people thought about democracy, that's the best way, and then now it seems to be moving on to the way of the expert. But more and more, I'm starting to appreciate that it's almost like magic in social science. See, nobody talks about magic and kinds of magic.
Sorry? You can call it narratives.
Did you just say magic?
Yeah, it is. But when you talk about this, of course, you're
Carry on, carry on.
called a
That sounds
lunatic, right?
insane. You know,
But
people
but it
like, well,
is when you really get into this. Of course, I advise everyone not to speak about this thing in public, right? Whenever you hold an office or something like this, or a public speaker on demonstrations, don't talk about this. But yeah, it is magic. The words are magic, and narratives are magic.
spells, you see,
Spells, right?
spelling,
Yes.
spells, words. You see, because somehow, as soon as you mention magic, that's why I was a bit afraid to bring it into the conversation. It's like, oh, here he's losing it. As soon as you mention that word, you're either just seen as an entertainer. People are kind of associate it with tricks and entertainment and fun. But if you try and bring that word magic into serious matters, then you're thought of as being insane. So it's very strange. But
how do you quantify magic?
What? What I'm saying. Well, let me make the statement. The statement I'm going to make for this evening, maybe not. I'm saying that whilst people are looking to the amount of money as a solution to the problem, there are people, those who look to quantity as in amount of money to pay off the experts, or pay off the groups, or pay. Those that have got pay spinning around in their heads, they're really like the dumb ones, because I suspect that the rulers, the elites, they play with magic.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you just look at the word, television.
Here we go.
Right? Television.
I have to explain myself.
Television.
What do you mean by magic?
When you look at Hollywood, it means literally holy wood. Right? This is ancient magic. Okay,
yes, that's right.
This is occult knowledge they are into. You can just call it propaganda, okay, but it works on a subliminal message most of the time, and that is a kind of influencing people, and then they will do whatever you want. And I don't know. Yeah, that is literally called. You can also subscribe that as a kind of magic trick, right? You put something out there, and then people will follow it.
Magic is more those who are thinking, associating power with money. Then all you're thinking of is cases full of cash or the bank account, because you're associating power with money. But I think the real power is in those that can associate power with magic, because those that are in the realms of magic, money is just like having a printer. They'll just take a building and put printers in there and print money. Paper is nothing.
But what do you mean by magic?
You see, magic is, for those, it's going to be difficult, but I'll try anyway. I'll try to explain myself. The magic I'm talking about is that those who understand the material realm, the material world, but also the spiritual world. Because the spiritual world, when you try and talk about the spiritual world, it's like, well, it's trying to explain God. But the God, magic is in the realm of the discussion of God. Just like it's having this discussion, big debate about contracts. Yeah. So Veli was saying, I was saying that a contract is based on faith, and then Veli was saying contracts have nothing to do with faith, and I was on the other side of the fence saying no, contracts are built on faith, and then Veli asked the question, explain what faith has to do with a contract. Then that I was struggling to explain. I could sense it, but to try and put that into words.
So answer please try and answer my question. What do you mean by magic? What do you mean by magic?
I will make a screen share here.
Yeah, magic.
MC wants to get into chat, Banksy. Sorry.
Banksy, if you're there, I try to make a screen share.
So
he's probably on Pornhub somewhere.
No.
He's probably lost in Pornhub there. So, but Banksy's probably lost. What do you mean by magic?
Okay, just a simple example, right? Look at all the stars that wear a Kabbalah bracelet, and then educate yourself what the Kabbalah is about. Okay? Look at all the stars who are wearing this red Kabbalah bracelet. And I'm trying to make a screen share here whenever Banksy is ready. And yeah, I mean, these people are into the occult. Just because... and I mean, they're putting it out there. In every music video, they're doing this, right? Satanic rituals, everything like this. And you think these guys, this is just some kind of, I don't know, artistic work or something like this? I mean, there are stars out there like Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Madonna, all the big stars, talking, Jay-Z. They are telling you that they are into Kabbalah.
What do you mean by magic? That's the question. Yeah, see, that's a simple question, and it demands a simple answer. But let's go by let's start.
I can define magic. So I'm doing some work in back. I can define magic. Magic is your traditional definition, right? Is that you can influence events by using either mysterious or supernatural kind of forces, things which are not natural. That's the definition of magic, right?
Right, well, and then the question becomes:
how does that pertain to the discussion? I mean, how is that effective in politics? How is supernatural forces?
That's the bit I'm waiting for.
Right, that's right, because that's the main thing, because that really it's difficult, very difficult. So you see, the idea of supernatural. Okay, magic, supernatural, or
metaphysical,
but it's like I'm trying to say that there are people who have knowledge, metaphysical knowledge, or metaphysical.
You're just repeating the words.
Wait. No, I know. A kind of metaphysical communications systems, or maybe that they're not metaphysical. Maybe that just because they're hidden or they're not understood by those outside the circle, then they can make things happen. And that influences trade. That influences trade. That moves value. Around people and places. They can shift value. They're masters of manipulating value. Just like in the 18th century. People, you could get killed if you said something or did something that impacted on somebody's reputation. What is a reputation? Can you hold a reputation? Is it on a piece of paper? Reputation. So there's people that can manipulate those kinds. I
sort of understand. I sort of understand what you're saying, because the thing is that like you've got like, let's say Ralph. He's got this very sort of urbane manner about himself. He's very articulate. He's very astute, and he's very sort of comes across as being sort of very educated and cultured and stuff. And so when he talks, when he actually when he talks, he naturally has this sort of gravitas about him. And people sort of give way.
What is gravitas?
No, please. He has a like
what is this weight?
Please, let me land. He has a kind of gravitas about his word because he adopts this kind of magic manner, and it is a kind of magic because he can sometimes chat shit, but because he's saying it with such aplomb,
in a certain way,
charm, with such erudition, right? That
Yes.
people actually thought, well, he must be saying the truth, and it is a kind of magic. I can sort of
that's
see
what I'm
what
trying
you're
to say.
saying.
You
It's
said
by
it
the
better than me.
power of his personality. He sways the people's audience, so they don't even argue. They don't even question what he's saying.
Yes,
because,
that's right.
Because they're
There's people
buying the
masters
package.
of that. There's people who are masters of that. That is an art in
And
itself.
it is a kind of magic, and I can understand that.
Yes.
And I can also
how?
well, it's just smoke and mirrors, isn't it? I mean, the thing is that people for some reason, people that use. People that come from with cut class accents, people that come from the upper echelons of society, I've been bred to sort of listen to them and to sort of accept. I've been trained to sort of accept what these people say because obviously they're more educated than me. Obviously they won't know more than me. So it would be presumptuous of me to question what they have to say.
Yes, that's right. That's the power I'm talking about. That's the power I'm talking about. It's
sort of gravitas.
It's in that realm. It's in that realm. That's why it's very difficult to talk about, and that's why people don't talk about it. So,
and I think
if you raise the word magic, people think that you're talking nonsense or the conversation is serious. But it's the most serious, most powerful.
If you gentlemen allow me to be the calm voice of
silence, everybody.
May I be as bold as to suggest that with Monster Ice T3 referring to that sort of a élysée de je ne sais quoi, or do you actually mean supernatural magic, like the stuff we can't deal with if it showed up in a laboratory? Did you mean the first type of magic, or did you mean the stuff that the kind of flair, if you like? Because one's not magic. And one really is. I'm interested if you think politics would be run by people with the real voodoo, or just guys are good at like showmen, so like like the fake preacher. That's
what I would say to this is you have to differentiate between understanding the laws of nature, which these people definitely know, right, and most into, and then there's these things if they pray to Satan or something like this, or making their rituals. Are they really believing in that supernatural, that they gain supernatural power from that entity, whatever it is, right? And many stuff
true, do you?
I don't know if they believe that this is true or not.
Supernatural magic.
But why should they do it when
is it supernatural?
Yeah, that's the other question. Many things that people were thought as supernatural are in today's world perfectly scientifically explainable. When you talk about magnetic fields and everything like this.
Exactly.
We know that.
Crazy. But you know what's crazy, everyone? So now the deeper we get into unified field theory and understand just how amazing the sort of the way energy and mass is entangled together, at that deepest understanding, it's actually totally magical.
There you go. You see? So if you
can't really pretend we understand what the position of energy and mass is. We can give ourselves systems of equations for it in quantum mechanics and field theory. And we say this entanglement creates, but the description we have of it is just a description. But the deeper you understand the description, it's almost like fucking out. This whole universe thing looks really magical. So I was trying
Yes.
to work out if IC3 meant metaphysical magic or he just meant some guys go like Modi. Modi's got his own kind of Modi magic. Did you mean the Modi magic or did you mean stuff that can't be detected by science?
What I mean, I think it's an oscillation between the both. That's what makes it so
How
difficult.
can it be that? How can it be that?
It's basically like a bit like the idea of the Christ, where he's both God and man. So it's like a link between that which is invisible and that which is visible, that which is not and that which is. So it sounds and appears contradictory, but it's like when they're saying that they're crossing into another dimension. Or does that make sense?
I'll be honest, as soon as you go for the magic words and then followed by another dimension, you kind of got my attention, but you kind of lost me.
I would describe it as
you lost me to planet Earth, man. You lost me to planet Earth.
Principle, the simple principle of the Freemason, as above, so below, as inner, as outer, as materialistic, as metaphysical. All of this is influencing each other. And so, and also how to explain it is basically when you have Madonna, like on the Eurovision Song Contest, right, in 2019. She was performing there, putting out this satanic and Kabbalistic propaganda there. She was celebrated there. That is a kind of energy that she is creating there when she performs, right? And that goes out to millions, and that is what she's doing there and what she's propagating there will then be adopted, I would say mostly unconsciously, from the people that she's performing there. That is why they're putting up the stars, right? They're called stars. And there's a deeper meaning behind this, why they're called stars. These pop stars, to change the people's perspectives. They're the modern high priests almost for those who want to achieve a specific goal. Right.
But you see, I can understand what you're saying, but anybody who doesn't believe in that meta realm and how the meta realm works, listening to what you're saying, it sounds like you said nothing. But I understand the depth.
You can also explain it without a deep occult thing. You can just say, do stars have an influence over what people think? Yes. You can also explain it like this, but this is not deep enough for me, at least, right? Because you wouldn't understand why they make literal rituals in the public. Why they're using these symbols, right? You can't explain it.
It's almost like the gods have to touch you, and you just you kind of wake up and see another world. You start to understand all the codes that are around you.
I think it's just a bit. Sorry, but I mean, I think it's just a bit of fluff. If you think about,
of course you do. I expect.
Well, no. Because, I mean, if you sort of think about Black Sabbath, like Black Sabbath and all of the goths and all that sort of stuff. You got all of these people that are sort of wearing sort of black and sort of having inverted sort of pentacles and all that sort of stuff. The thing is that when they became adults, they grew out of all that stuff. It was part of their teens. If you look at if that were true, if you look at let's say, going back to Ralph, if you look at he plays an awful lot of, let's say, what do you call it, the punk music. The thing is that's all about anarchy. It's about the street. It's about edginess. It's about sort of life in the raw. Has he adopted that into his life? It was just a phase he went through. Surely it hasn't influenced his whole life, has it?
Well, are you talking about Nick Punk's experience?
No, I mean, has it actually had some message?
Very punk, kind of punker life here, right? It's pretty comfy. So has
it affected your life, though? Has it actually had an effect on your life for the rest of your life? No, look, there you go. I rest my case.
I am the Antichrist.
What Ralph is basically saying is the right is the modern day. We are the modern day punks in the society, right?
Sitting at the screen. You should be
We are the
We're the
anarchists.
we're the rebel culture, right? We're the rebel culture of our time.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
So you think it does have a lasting influence? You think that music has a lasting influence?
I think most studies show that I think it's somewhere between your early 30s, where whatever music you end up listening in your early 30s, unless you do something like transform yourself, that would be your music taste for the rest of your life. That and everything that came before it. And you won't like stuff after you're in your 30s, 40s. You won't like new stuff. Suddenly you get to the point where you just can't handle it. You hate anything that's not like what you've heard before. That seems to be in your early 30s, I think, is the data. So you're never going to see me listening to fucking grime music, and I just won't even listen to it. In fact, if I get a bit violent when I hear some music, like young kids' music, somewhere I just go, that's just shit, just fucking turn it off. And it's because of the grumpy old man, right?
Can you see a connection between music and politics? Can music be used to directly?
Well, it has been used, like Billy Bragg, and Billy Bragg used. Yes, and it's very much part of the music scene that's been very left, hasn't it? Music has been very, very left.
And light itself. So, light be used politically?
Light.
Yes.
Light.
Yeah.
Why
colors of lights? Why not? Sounds, music.
You've been in a very, very sexy mood tonight, Mr. IC3. There's been music, there's been color, there's been magic, there's been lights. I don't know. I think, are you feeling that special?
Because
that special feeling, IC3? What's happening here?
See,
I'm taking a different approach to power. You see, people keep saying, "Oh, this party, that party," oh, this person's got this much money, or this, Are there other ways of gaining power?
Oh, hell yeah.
And manipulating.
I'm sorry. I think you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. I think that music is a byproduct of your environment. So the thing is that, like, I come from a very working class sort of background, and much of my music was like heavy rock. Right, and that's very much the music of working people. And punk. I don't know, but I think punk, was that not part of very much of the university scene? And I don't know whether it was like a working. I don't know whether many working people, working class kids.
Do you know what, Ned? It wasn't ordinary. It wasn't like Deep Purple. It didn't have broad appeal.
Right.
And it wasn't Thin Lizzy. It wasn't Thin Lizzy. It wasn't Thin Lizzy. It wasn't Deep Purple. It wasn't all of that. It had broad appeal to the working class.
It was wasn't it more of a working? Wasn't it more of a university thing? A thing for
it was a cool kids, and the working class aren't just made up of cool kids; they're made up of normal kids, right? So that's why punk was still always cool, right? It was the cool kids had it, right? So that means lots of the working class didn't get it, right? I'm not cool. I'm just normal working class boy. I want to bang my head to something.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder whether it's actually that the music you choose is actually a byproduct of the environment that you're around and the sort of memories that you have, and going with your mates to like a Led Zeppelin concert, or or going to see the Who live. Or whatever.
Yeah, but you always hear people say after the Andrew Breitbart quote, and they're so wrong. Oh, politics is downstream from culture. Politics. I think it's the opposite. Culture is downstream from your politics. I completely invert. Well, lots of other NRX people would invert.
Say it again. Politics.
Your culture is actually downstream from your politics, not the other way around. Right. So people say, "Oh, culture's downstream from politics, downstream from culture. Culture shapes politics." Nah, it's your biology, genetically, and your evolutionary environment that shapes your moral compass biologically. That then makes you like something or not like something.
Yes.
So it's your politics coming from your morality, your biology that's driving what you think is good or not. So conservative people biologically are never going to like non-conservative things, visually, aesthetically, musically, food, drinks, hygiene. So I think it's the other way around. If you're like a
Well, hold up.
racialist,
No, but hold up a second. You're a very sort of conservative person, it seems to me, with a lot of very conservative values, like with religion, and maybe punk is the opposite of that, isn't it?
no, because you can celebrate. There's nothing stopping a Christian celebrating something that is artistic, that isn't necessarily antithetical. It depends what the intentionality is, right? So you could be a royalist, for example, is to like the song, the Sex Pistols song on the Queen, or the Stone Roses song on the Queen, and you can still be a royalist and appreciate the art. It doesn't mean you have to say burn the Stone Roses and kill Sex Pistols. I mean, now in a beautiful world, maybe you would, but then people actually say, hey, this guy's trying to set up a white Sharia state, man. Watch out, this Ralph guy. He's gonna go like 1056 on you and shit. So but no, deeply, I think if you believe in things like race realism, biological human biodiversity, then your biology is telling you what you like. Do black people like different food from brown people? Do white people find different sounds pleasing to black people? Do black people prefer more bass frequencies or rhythm, and therefore produce music like that?
Right.
And that's coming from your biology, and your culture is downstream.
But isn't that a question that you? But surely you are born into that milieu. You're born into that environment.
Yes, but
listen, if I was born in India and I was raised, let's say
but
that.
Not a blank slate. Then blank slate theory doesn't work.
What? Sorry?
The blank slate theory that you can take someone and they're born into an environment and they're a blank slate, and then the environment paints them on it. It's just scientifically not right, is it?
Well, supposing that, let's say that I was born in sort of Southall, where I understand there's a lot of Indian people, and they listen to a lot of Bhangra music, and I went to a school that had a large number of Indian kids in it, and they
95%.
I would adopt. Surely, I'd pick up.
Yeah, you would.
All of their mores.
You would pick up lots of their mores, and your environment would have its maximum effect on your behavior trait, but a certain percentage of a trait will still be genetic. So even if your environment is fully saturated against your gene, it will have the most effect. Whereas if you enter an environment that was purely, let's say, 100% white ethno state, then your genes would be allowed to flourish to its full effect. So the argument against multiculturalism or multiracialism.
Yes, that's right.
The argument against multiracialism is it's diluting the full expressions of the genes that are natural in the environment. By mixing it up, it's kind of having a suppressing factor on both sides of the equation. It's not letting black people be more black, and it's not letting white people be more white. Now, whether that's a good thing or not, a moral thing is just by the by. But nevertheless, it's like, therefore, you'd always feel something that was genetic. The environment might not allow that feeling to nurture, or you might suppress it, or may die away. Right?
Yeah,
and that's
right.
Kind of sad thing, isn't it? Or the multiculturalists, the true multiculturalists would say the best society is where we're all just mixing it all up. One day I eat Indian food, the next day I eat Chinese food, the next day I eat Swiss food, third day I don't eat any food at all. One day I eat the animals alive, the other day I don't touch the animals. Freedom and liberalism is not letting you kind of almost,
But isn't a lot of our music, though, a lot of the music that we have heavily influenced by, let's say, black music? I mean, an awful lot of you.
Really.
Well, yeah, I mean, like blues,
only recently.
rock,
Only recently. But the majority.
Why do you say heavily?
The majority of the white music has been in a time when the majority of white people never saw black people ever. So most of white music and black music was conducted in total separation from each other. It's only since the whole Europe going into Africa.
Since the 60s, I suppose, 50s, 60s.
Well, just Europe going to Africa, you feel the same. Same with Eastern music. So Eastern music's not like Western music. It doesn't have a 4/8 chord structure. It's got a 9-point system. So if you have Arabic music, Asian music, it doesn't even sound like your music.
No, it's no. Yeah,
it doesn't have the same structure. So then you can see when you fuse and you mix it up, you get this kind of crazy black jungle music with white rap lyrics, with black language inside white structures, and it's just a mess. Now, some of it may be really good. Most of it's shit, right? I'm sorry. It's just like horrible. I don't know. That's just me.
Listen, no, but you see, I think that it's not just the music. You know, you're talking about grime. I can't listen to grime either. But
All
the
of
thing
it.
is, I would imagine that if I grew up in that environment where people were listening to it, and it was part of my social set, and I've got a whole lot of memories and loves and passions and disappointments and experiences that are associated with that music. When I think of that music, it's not thinking of that music in its just itself. I'm
Of course
also
not.
it's actually a sense memory back to
It's a signposting your life. It's signposting your experience,
yes,
right?
yes. It's like a
Of course
smell
it
that
is.
brings back a memory, isn't it?
Absolutely. But the memory you have and the signposting you did have was the one forced upon you by that environment. You were made to like. You were made to
Hey
like
guys,
hardcore music.
did you know that they are already have successfully implemented in some flies one memory of that one fly to another fly?
Oh wow!
Did you know that?
Wow! My
Yeah.
goodness, how
That's
do they know
amazing.
that?
You should say that. I was just, Rhonda, I was thinking that, right? I was about to bring that in, but you spoke. It's like we're parallel. What the subject you just raised, I was just about to raise it just at the next gap.
Yeah.
What, the
Yeah,
concept
I've
of
watched
one
a video
fly has
of
been, yeah.
from Way of the World, one of the best YouTubers, right-wing YouTubers, still have a channel here on YouTube, and he was playing a 5-minute clip from one of the top military experts, and he was two soldiers. He was holding a conference with the soldiers, talking about this stuff, right? I mean, this is just nuts what they are already planning and having how they can manipulate people, right?
They already
On
they
scientific
can do it.
basis. We are not talking
Yeah.
here about magic, right? We're talking
Yes,
about
thank
scientific
you.
methods here.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
they could do
But
it. And if I
that's
was to
really
say to you,
frightening. That's really frightening. Good. It goes on to like Blade Runner. The thing is that we just become constructs. That when we're born,
yes,
when we're born, we're going to be sort of pre-processed with a whole load of ideas that this is good, this is bad, this is. That's really frightening. I mean, that is you're sort of constructing human beings the way that you want them to be. My God, that's frightening.
yeah, well, that's where they're heading, and the mere fact that we're having this kind of conversation, these people have had these conversations decades ago, maybe even hundreds of years ago, and have already thought about these things. You know, so we're having this conversation now, but they've had conferences. They have conferences and meetings with specific agendas. You know, so we're just doing it as entertainment. They do it serious.
There are a lot of documents out there. All that goes on with the psychological field. I mean, one of the biggest one is, of course, MK Ultra, where they tested on the American public. They tested them on without their knowledge on LSD and everything like this. Trying to manipulate the minds of the people. These are official documents out there, right?
Oh yeah, no,
yeah,
bloke jumped out of a sort of 29th floor window. Yeah, he didn't know. He was at a cocktail party and somebody put a Mickey Finn in there with sort of LSD, and he thought he could fly and just jumped out the window, and he was like 25 floors up or whatever.
And would you believe it that that's what I experienced in the last few weeks?
What?
Yes, I would normally, you see, people who know about this stuff, who have experienced it, if they talk, they I won't say things because people think, what? Huh? What? This person must be insane. So they just it can't. So the information is never. It can't be spoken about because it just sounds so crazy and it can't be verified. So that's why I'm starting to, I've come out of hospital, start to speak weird, but people start thinking about magic. I'm talking about things like magic and stuff like that, and people start saying, "Why are you talking about magic? What do you mean magic? What kind of magic?" So I'm talking about how I like us to think about how magic could be an aspect of power and change, rather than just trying to raise enough money to pay off experts. So rather than your focus being on money and paying off people to do what you want them to do, that there could be other ways of looking at things. And I'm saying magic is something worth discussing and exploring, finding out what it is. What are these rituals? What do these
storytelling is one method, right?
Yeah,
So it should be
Being
more
summoned
focused
away
on.
by she who must be obeyed. I've got to go. Good night, everybody. It's been really good talking.
Yeah, Banksy is still here. I would like to play that short clip of Way of the Worlds where this military expert is explaining what they are already testing.
You're right.
At the moment, I'm hoping that Banksy will be back soon. So I think this is informative for everyone out there.
Right. Yeah, there's some things that can be done that I've seen. Can't be spoken. Come across. Yeah, so what is magic, and how what has magic got to do with business? How can it be? What has magic got to do with religion? How does it relate to religion? See,
yeah, and then there's the thing of even in religion you have cults. I mean, most of the traditions are could relate that to some kind of magic ritual or something like this. Just a normal tradition. I mean,
yes,
but
it is,
magic has a bad spell when you're talking about this. You can just call it ritual. I think this is more productive to call it a ritual, something like this, or propaganda, right? Then people will relate to this.
But it's funny, all of the words seem to come on. It seems like ritual. People, if you mention ritual, people will think, oh yeah, ritual, yeah, but that's just people like going to have a dance. You know, they can't see how a ritual can actually impact the material world that they're in. They can't see the connection. And if they ask you the question, yeah, okay, so what has that ritual got to do with me getting this job? What has that ritual got to do with the prime minister? What that then you start to sound like you're talking nonsense, because.
Well, for example, if you're not into the rituals they are doing in music videos, you won't get a job by Sony, for example, right? And what this ritual is leading to is people buying the music of these pop stars and the hip hop stars and so on. So yes, it has an effect on your life. People will behave according to what they are performing in that ritual. They will believe in the sexual degeneracy. They will promote that themselves afterwards. So it totally has an effect on society, what they are performing on the stages, these stars.
Okay, but so that moves into, so that's really talking about the marketing department, you see. So you if you go up to somebody and say, why did you buy that top or that coat that you're wearing? They just say, oh, because I liked it.
Yeah.
Or why are you smoking that brand of cigarettes? I don't know. I just thought I'd try it and I liked it. See, nobody will be able to explain directly how marketing and advertising causes
because people do it, they will be influenced by it subconsciously, and most people are not conscious when they are listening to music or even watching what people are doing in front of the screen
Yeah,
or
but
on
even
a
that statement
concert.
there, what you just said there, well, even what you just said there, because they're not influenced by it subconsciously.
Yeah.
So if you say, what does that actually mean? What does it, try to explain
It means
what
like
it actually means.
also, I think it has an effect when you have a specific energy, then you can transport the message more effectively. That means you have the stadium feeling, right? When you're in a stadium and a lot of people, and there are social experiments on this as well. When you feel like when you enter a room and there's a bad vibe, you feel this, and when there's a good vibe, you feel this also, and it has an effect on you as well.
Okay,
When
but hold it there. That's beautiful. What you're saying there. I understand what you're saying, and I've experienced what you're saying. But to explain what exactly is a good vibe, how can you document and measure what it was exactly that was happening inside that room at that moment that caused it to have a so-called good vibe or a bad vibe? Is it a good vibe because everybody was smiling?
yeah, or everyone was energetic,
Right, but
something
so
like
are you
this.
saying then, if would you say then that it's not possible to get a good vibe by walking into a room if everybody's not smiling?
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
think
so.
so.
I don't think so. I think you could walk into a room and people are just, they might be waiting in a queue or waiting to see or to go and see, and you don't feel a hostile. You don't feel that it's hostility. They don't have to be everybody smiling at each other. It's just that they're not giving off a negative or angry. I don't know how maybe if your eyes and the so-called corner of your eyes picks up micro movements of everybody in the room. So maybe there's 12 people in the room, and you kind of pick up. You can kind of summarize the relationship between the people in the room by their body angle or by the movement, all very subtle things that you might not be able to write down on a piece of paper, but your body can sense. Maybe that could have come from thousands of years of development.
Yeah, instinct. I would say it is more
Maybe what
like,
we call instinct. That's right.
yeah.
And what exactly is instinct, and can instinct be measured?
That's a good question.
You see,
I don't know, but of course you can then afterwards ask, do a poll of how people felt, how the energy in the room was. Was it positive? Was it negative? And you can measure it. But
can you measure
to
feelings?
describe why it is a totally different topic. And of course, there can be a bad message that is actually hurtful for you that people will still celebrate, right? It could be a bad message that will hurt you, and you still, when it's being manipulated, you can still celebrate it. That's
Right.
the most dangerous thing I see.
Yes.
Where they're very successful at. Playing happy sounds or something. It is also like, especially in music, it is like you are in a trance
Yes.
state when you're listening to music or watching movies and stuff like this. And that is how they are using that subliminal messages to manipulate you into doing stuff that they want.
And
That
it's
normally,
part
when
of
you're not in that state of mind, people wouldn't choose that.
state of mind. See, state of mind. What is the mind? And how can mind states be manipulated? So if somebody, whoever knows what the mind is, whoever knows how to measure the mind, then those people would know best how to manipulate minds.
Yes,
because they know how the mind works. They know what the mind is. But if you don't know those things, that person or those people, they can create things. They can make tools. They can make weapons that you would not even be able to imagine, because you don't know, you don't understand the target. They understand the mind. They understand the mind as a target. They know, so that opens, once you understand the mind and you're able to measure the mind, then if you're privy to those documents and that information and that research, soon as you read through that research and you know that research, then your mind will start creating new things, new tools, new objects, new ideas about the mind and the potential of the mind and what can be done with minds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a person who doesn't know just doesn't know about his or her own mind comes up against a person who knows about minds in general. They wouldn't stand a chance. They wouldn't stand a chance at all.
Yes, exactly, and that is why and there's also that YouTuber that Ralph likes very much. What's his name again? He's an anorexia, and he says, people are thinking in narratives and stories more than based on facts, and that is absolutely true. The people you will meet in discussions and so on, these are more of the people who are interested in facts, some of them, when they engage in a debate, right? Then it's more about facts. But these are only a tiny minority of people you can engage with and change their minds based on facts. The more important story is when you actually know how the brain works, it doesn't works based on facts. It works based on narratives and manipulation. Like,
what do you think of this? What do you think of this? Going back, you're saying, listen to what you just said there. If for a moment I was to think this magic is based on, or is strongly related to the narrative. So narrative, I don't know if it's, let's say narrative was the strongest component of magic.
A good thing is, for example, that is also in many religious books, is the scapegoat, right? Mm-hmm. That you need a scapegoat for you to not. So the blame of an event is shifted to someone else than you.
And something else. That's
need
right.
a scapegoat for this, right? That is in many religious texts.
Yes.
And they are using that principle, this religious principle, also here in politics.
Very good, actually. Very good. Yeah, because actually the scapegoat, you're shifting the guilt of the community. Mm-hmm. You're shifting the guilt of the nation. But how guilt, you can't touch it, you can't hold it, you can't smell it. But guilt can somehow, by a ritual, be and the negative feeling guilt can produce, that can be lifted. You see, this is what I'm saying the magic, you see. It's like, what are you talking about? But everybody knows what guilt is. But to move and to manipulate guilt around the person or the people that have the ability to lift guilt from a person so they no longer feel guilty, that person's whole attitude to life is changed. Their whole nervous system, their whole feeling about themselves, just by this somebody taking the guilt, pouring it into this, say, let me take the guilt from you. Let me take it from you through this ritual. If you keep coming back, well, I will lift the guilt from you and put it here, and then put it onto this ball or whatever, and then roll it down the mountain, and your guilt will go with that ball. And it's like, and or lift the guilt from you and put it on this animal, and then we're gonna send that animal out into the desert, and your guilt will go with that scapegoat, and that person's gonna.
It can feel free, and it could also go to the other extreme. That's saying that you, who have committed something, are now the victim, and the actual victim is now the oppressor, or the people that that is scapegoated is the one that has done the harm. And that's
yes, that's right. And so therefore, because then that's where the magic moves into the morality. So if you if you can shift around guilt, you can shift it away, and then I suppose what fills the space where the guilt was would be the feeling of being on a moral high ground,
entitlement. As well, it goes so far as
entitlement. That's right.
That is the definition of a scapegoat. It means basically they are mostly in religion, they are killing the scapegoat, of course. When you project that guilt onto that scapegoat, you literally have the moral high ground to kill that being, right?
Right, that's right. Or to take out that entity.
Yeah, because it's the right thing to do, because that scapegoat is evil.
Yes,
it is harmful, and now you have the power of the morality.
See that word power comes in there. See that word power. You see now this. I can understand what you're saying, and but if you try and have this conversation, it's like you can only have this conversation with certain types of people. Because it's all in the air: guilt, morality. Well, the things that we're talking about are not physical, and so.
But it becomes afterwards physical. Yes.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. People could lose their lives. If somebody feels they have the moral high ground in a situation, but it always seems to come across as you're insane, or you're confused, or you're high on drugs. If you try and talk about these issues, like guilt and value and morals and morale. I mean, I suppose those people a few hundred years ago were fighting with knives and swords and shields, back in the Roman times. They said, an example as Caesar. There was somebody who wanted to challenge Caesar's position. So there's two I can't remember the names, fighting for that position. So he had two sets of Romans fighting each other, and one of the soldiers, they were outnumbered. Caesar's group was outnumbered, but one of the soldiers saw something, and he just lifted the whole the morale of all those soldiers that were behind him, and he just run forward, and all the other soldiers followed him. Yeah. And Caesar had not given the command to go forward, and you could get killed, if you're disobeying commands. But just somehow that man kind of captured the moment and moved and shouted in a certain way, and the whole it overrided what Caesar didn't say anything, and they actually won. Caesar actually won the battle. Yeah, the morale. So what was that energy that was so powerful? It was just override. He became the actual commander at that moment. That moment.
And if you don't have a morale, or the morale on your side, or what you stand for is actually in the public mind or the majority mind immoral,
yes,
then you have no way of winning the battle.
Yes, definitely, right? Definitely. And that I think what he captured at that moment, not only did it give all the soldiers that were behind him, lifted their morale, and they all followed him and moved with him because they felt it was the right time. The enemy would have seen the same thing at the same time. And so as the morale rose on his side, it must have sank the equivalent amount on the other side.
And imagine if you have infiltrators in your army that try to demoralize the soldiers.
Yes.
How effective that could be, right?
Dreadful.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that is what I mean. The traitors within your own ranks are the most dangerous people.
Yes. But in this conversation, I'm talking, but I'm also trying to think as a listener, how the conversation, it doesn't seem to be any facts in there. It's like it's difficult. How can I explain? It's like that's like you can say something. I understand you, but and you understand me, but speaking to certain other people using the exact same words,
they want scientific studies about this.
Yeah, but yet the scientific studies is still not enough. I don't know. Something. What is missing? I don't understand. But I suppose that's what people like who go to schools like Ralph went to. They would understand these things and be able to explain. That's why those schools
there are people, who can do that. I'm not that one. Right. Yeah, but also what people lack, who wouldn't understand such a thing, is they are not. They are broken people, I would say. They miss something, they lack something, and I call it the soul, or you can also call it the heart, listening to your heart or your instincts, right? You just know that something is right. And what these people who lack this is always doing is deconstructing these things that just in the past normal people would naturally feel that this is right without explanation.
Right.
And yes. you can scientifically prove a lot of this, right? But you have to take the effort, and how could someone like me, right, who doesn't have power over government, now scientifically prove everything that we are just talking about? it's impossible for us, right?
It's true.
So,
It's true. And so the battle then between those are there two different worlds then? A world of people that have this intuitive understanding, and a world of people.
yeah, I would say
to make
so.
this practical.
The
practical
question
sense.
is if you can retake what you lack. Are there people that lack this ability today that could have it in the future? I think so, but I think many people are just destined to just follow things that are that have this herd mentality. I think they behave just like animals, in my opinion.
Oh my God, that's dangerous. Yeah. That's dangerous because if it's quite scary that, because they could think the same way. They could say, look, everything I speak about is practical, provable. Now you people are mad and dangerous and unpredictable. So we need to wipe you off the planet.
Yeah.
Because you are the cause of wars. Because you're unpredictable, and because you don't follow orders, all the guilt can be pushed. You can become the scapegoats. And us who have facts for everything we do, we're the ones that deserve to.
It's not like I'm just a crazy lunatic without facts on his side, right? I can talk to these people, maybe not about some stuff we have talked about today, but I can talk to them on their terms to a point. Right, to the point where they lack that ability. But even if you show them facts, because they are brainwashed, right? It is not people like me who are brainwashed. Of course, everyone would argue that they are not brainwashed, but you're the brainwashed one, right?
Right.
But yeah, I've encountered that so many times that people who are brainwashed. And they are brainwashed not based on facts. They're brainwashed based on narratives and guilt and everything we have just talked about, that they can't adopt new facts.
I like what you said there. Brainwashed based on narratives. And then what is the relationship between narratives and magic? And what come to me as you said that was making me think that the lower levels of magic, if you go and see somebody do a magical card trick, or with balls, or they do tricks with balls and sticks and stuff like that. Somehow they get you to see a certain pattern, and you have a certain expectation based on the movements that you're seeing with your eye. And so those movements, those patterns are a narrative. So you can create movements and patterns inside, just like with your hands. Like the magician's hand tricks. They're moving their hands in a certain way that you have certain expectations based on the movement of their hand. So their hand movement is a kind of narrative. So people can
they are forcing you to focus on what they want you to focus on, and they're doing stuff behind the scenes that will then surprise people, right?
Yes, exactly. So the point I'm making is that the real magicians, they can create narratives and patterns. Basically, just like a film, isn't it? You make a film,
Mm-hmm.
and you're watching the film, and you expect certain things to happen within the film at certain times. But I'm saying it's possible that they could produce a number of films or release a number of films over a 6-month period, and the narrative. There's a narrative. So let's say they release 60 films in 6 months. Those 60 films are telling a narrative, but it's not blatant. It's only if you've watched maybe 3 or 4 of the films. Any 3 or 4 of those films will be telling a narrative invisibly. It will be placing a narrative in your mind.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
it's a combination of any of those films, any of those films, any of those 60 films, if you watch any two of those movies,
the difference between the normal magic trick where they are showing you afterwards what their narrative, let's go with that terminology, is, while when you want to manipulate people, they are hiding that secret narrative for you, right? That will influence you subconsciously. While the magic trick, he will show you what his goal was at the end. He will not explain how he does it by, let's say, what they're using, for example, is optical illusions and everything like this. But they will show you what their end goal was.
Yes.
At the end.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yes. Good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. So the real ones, the real wizards, you won't see the end. You won't. Yeah. You won't know what they're doing it for. But those movies, you watch any 2 films from Hollywood or from a particular art studio, and maybe even more advanced, where if you watch a film, see an advert, the advert is linked to the film because there's some underlying message for the year. So a combination of, if they see if the person sees 2 adverts and 3 films for the year, those they're all linked up, and plus you would not be able to explain it, and you'd sound like a fool if you said, "Oh, I saw 5 films and I saw 6 adverts this year, and the message I got was
how are they doing
how you explain that exactly? How you doing it?
They are doing this. For example, let's go with The Walking Dead, right? The overall narrative is survival. That is what everyone gets out of the series, and that is a powerful narrative, right? That is what they are showing out in the open. Then they have different agendas within that movie, right? For example, when I quit watching that series, it was this mixed race propaganda in the series, right? That was another agenda they have to force there. And people, you can compare it with COVID-19, for example. The other thing that they might have an attention with all the zombie movies is pushing a narrative that viruses are very dangerous, right? So the intention behind it, they are mostly hiding the intention behind
Send out a message.
Yeah, and
Yes,
people are
that's
so
right. That's right. So
focused
just pick it
on the
up.
overall plot of the out in the open plot that they don't get the secret plot. That is
That's
what
right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And so that's what I mean when I say magic. That's what I'm talking about. But see how much conversation we've had.
Yeah, I
You know,
think it
how
is
would I
good
be able
for
to say that?
tonight. Yeah, we have talked a lot about this stuff, and we should end it with this because Banksy
Yes.
is not coming back anyway.
He's not
So,
gone to bed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So until next time.
Yeah. Until next time.
All have a good not evening. Have a
Good
night.
evening. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Take care. Bye.